9. You are looking at a live view of Space Launch Complex 40 down here on the Space Coast in Florida, where we are now counting down L minus 4 hours, 14 minutes, 5 seconds, and counting till the instantaneous launch window to the International Space Station. It's a historic day here on the Space Coast as we are counting down to the first crewed launch from Space Launch Complex 40. Today, also, Crew Dragon will only be flying 2 crew members to the ISS, leaving space for NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, who were left on the International Space Station following Starliner's crewed flight tests to be able to make their way home in February of 2025. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad, and here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together, and we're glad to have you all joining us here today. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that like button, share out the stream, invite people to join us. Let us know where you're watching from. I see some people already doing it in the chat. We've got Peter watching in the UK, Greg's in Sydney, Australia. We've got I don't know how to say your name, but Zas is watching from Poland. Thanks for being here. King of England says, can't wait for the Europa Clipper mission. That is another big mission we are counting down to launch of Falcon Heavy carrying Europa Clipper, currently targeting October 10th. And you can definitely see the excitement down here as we've got a crew launch. We have the second flight test of Vulcan, and we have a Falcon Heavy all in the matter of about 2 weeks. An exciting time down here on the Space Coast. We've made it through the hurricane. Everything is good here, but of course we are sending all of our thoughts, prayers, and feelings to everyone that was in the path of Hurricane Helene. I know there's some incredible devastation out on the west side of Florida and now up into the southeast and the east of the United States. So if you are affected of that, we're thinking of you, and we're sending you all the best wishes as you go to recover from this incredibly powerful hurricane. And it looks like NASA has pulled the beautiful clean pad feed down, which we were expecting to be able to use, but that's okay. We'll hopefully get that back in just a couple of minutes when they begin their live coverage here for today's flight. We are monitoring conditions up at the International Space Station, taking a look at those live views on board station at this time. The ISS currently passing over Australia and New Zealand, heading into the middle of a night pass here. The International Space Station called down not too long ago for an update on how things are going, and the ISS is currently go to welcome Crew 9 to the International Space Station. ISS docking expected to occur 1 day, 8 hours, 23 minutes from now. We will be staying live for full Crew 9 mission to the ISS tracking coverage, so following launch, make sure you follow along with the latest updates right here on the Launchpad Network. We've got people tuning in from all over the world, and we're glad to have lots of people here. We got Aiden in Manchester. 23 minutes from now. We have Caroline watching from Aberdeen in Scotland. Martin is in Auckland, New Zealand. Space Station passing right over you right now. Lots of people tuning in here, and we're glad to have you here. We got Carmen in Panama City, Florida. Terry's in Colorado. David's in Northern Ireland. Good to see you home. Garrett, sorry if I said that wrong, is in Holland. We got the King of Finland in Finland. That's fitting. Great to have you here. JBT's watching from the UK. Devin's watching in New Jersey. D says it's 11:07 p.m. Saturday night here in Aussie. Great to have you here. Thanks for staying up with us. Jeffrey's watching in Amsterdam. We got Sirac watching in Zambia. And LLD7 Aston watching in Australia, Melbourne, and Fred in Marseille. I hope I said that right, in the south of France. It's great having so many of you joining us here. If you haven't yet, take a moment, hit that like button, share out the stream, invite people to join us as we continue the countdown to launch coverage. As we thought they might do, NASA has killed the clean feed completely for the launch here. So we're going to be standing by for them to begin their official launch coverage. NASA changing how they've been running some of their programming and eliminating some of the media feeds that we used to get access to. So we're working to have our own crew cameras for the next crew mission out of the Space Coast. So that's only possible thanks to your guys' generous support of watching, liking, and sharing. Aiden says, how was the hurricane in the Kennedy Space Center? I went out to the Visitor Center complex. We've got teams that went out to Slick 40 and the press site yesterday. And not a ton. The beach definitely got stirred up a bit. But the rest of the area, just a lot of palm fronds kind of laying around, some really small branches, more like twigs. But in all honesty, the Space Coast got really missed. We really only had 3 really clear bands come through. And we get stronger storms during the summer that are just a thunderstorm than we really got. There was one of the bands that had some pretty strong winds at about 10 to 1 a.m., 10 p.m. to 1 a.m., but nothing that bands come was causing a lot of damage or anything. But if you had a loose pergola sitting around, it might have gone flying. But I haven't heard of too much damage down here, so I appreciate you sending that in. Lots of people just tuning in. We got Daniel in Montreal, Quebec. DJ's in Singapore. We got Julio in Brazil. Gary's in Washington State. And Oliver is in London, Ontario. Mike's in Michigan. Mark is in Plover, Wisconsin. Great having you all here. If you're just joining us, we are counting down to the launch of NASA SpaceX Crew 9. We are awaiting the live coverage from SpaceX to begin here of the Crew 9 mission. We did have a clean feed that NASA said they were going to provide to everyone, and they just took it down. So we're waiting for the official feed, and once we have that, we will have that patched back in here for you momentarily. If you guys have questions, though, you can keep sending those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and we'll work on answering those live as we continue to count down to the liftoff of NASA SpaceX Crew 9, beginning a 6-month mission to the International Space Station. 2 NASA astronauts will be flying on board today. This was originally a set crew of 4, but 2 are staying here on Earth to be able to leave room for NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams to be able to have a ride home to space. Until Crew 9 docks, they do have 2 modified seats installed on Crew 8's Dragon on the International Space Station, just in case they were needing to have a safe harbor or an evacuation point. But the moment Crew 9 gets there, they'll do some configurations, and then Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams will have a true, proper, safe place to harbor, rather than being strapped in like a piece of cargo. Aiden, the flag is gone. That is true. The flag at the press site did get ripped off due to wind. But it's definitely, I've seen tons of other flags that were out at KSC yesterday that were completely fine. So we definitely think that was probably due to more wear than anything. Then just the wind was at the right strength, just popped that last little bit of strength that it was moving in. Well, you can see that NASA is getting ready to begin their live coverage, so we are going to listen in to NASA Mission Control for up.
Good morning and welcome to America's Spaceport here in Florida. This is a live look at Space Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, where Crew 9 is in the process of suiting up for their mission. Today's T0 is 1:17 and 21 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. That's when a Dragon spacecraft sitting on top of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket that you can see right there will launch to the International Space Station. Crew 9 is a continuation of regular crewed flights from U.S. soil to station as part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program. What a beautiful shot outside as we circle Launch Complex 40. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, and this is the official launch broadcast of Crew 9. With me to help commentate to what's happening this morning is our special guest, NASA astronaut Zena Cardman. Zena, so good to have you here with us for what is hopefully going to be a great launch today.
Thank you, Daryl. Good morning, and good morning, everyone tuning in with us. I'm so grateful to be here.
And we are very grateful to have you here as you look at the launch pad now. Such a great shot by our flight operations team here at Kennedy. The mission today is a new configuration for NASA's Commercial Crew Program as we go back into the suit-up room. We are flying one commander and one mission specialist, a crew of 2 instead of a crew of 4 as originally planned. Now, the reason is to use those 2 empty seats to return astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. They flew up to the ISS in June, but remained on the International Space Station to prioritize their safe return. Meanwhile, their Starliner spacecraft, which had technical issues during a test flight, returned to Earth uncrewed earlier this month and returned successfully. And we'll have more on that in just a bit. Today, the crew's ride to space is the Dragon Freedom spacecraft, its 4th flight to space. As we look inside the suit-up room at the operations and checkout facility here at the Kennedy Space Center, we see both the astronaut and the cosmonaut sitting in their seats inside the suit-up facility. They've got their suits on, and now, Zena, of course, it's time to check them out.
That's right, Daryl. This is the first time that the crew have gotten in their suits on launch day. Of course, this is not the first time they've been in their suits. We spend a lot of time training and practicing in these suits so that we are ready to go on launch day. But this is the first of multiple checkouts of the suits that will actually take them to the International Space Station. It's great to see.
You can tell they're a little puffed up. When the helmet goes above the chin and the mouth area, you know that they're being pressurized, right?
That's exactly right. Yeah, we're doing leak checks in these seats, and so it's great to see Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov here in suits that are looking good. When they pressurize, they get a little bit stiffer. They're actually about the same pressure as a volleyball.
Oh, interesting. I
Fun
didn't know
fact,
that.
yeah.
That's a nice little factoid.
Yeah.
Well, over the next 4.5 hours, we will walk you through this detailed process and show you all the action live as it's happening from suit-up room all the way to liftoff and then in orbit. But first, I want to tell you a little background information about Zena Cardman, our co-host today. Zena was selected by NASA as a member of the 2017 Turtle astronaut class. She completed 2 years of training as an astronaut candidate. Leading up to today's mission, she was part of Crew 9 and trained extensively with the team before the flight was adjusted to 2 crew members. As you can see, this is video of her doing that training. Zena is also a geobiologist. She earned her bachelor's degree in biology and her master's degree in marine sciences, both from the University of North Carolina. There, she also researched geobiology and geochemical cycling in subsurface environments such as caves. She also worked with NASA and supported field tests in Canada, Idaho, and Hawaii, and has been on multiple Antarctic research expeditions. And there you are in Antarctica, looking a little bit cold,
That's
but
exactly
vibrant
right.
nonetheless.
Yes, in some ways a very different environment than the one that I am training to work in now, but it's also, I think, really exciting to see a continuation of scientific research in remote environments and research that is collaborative and uses people who are not necessarily the scientists themselves actually doing the research, just like Nick and Alex are going to do on ISS.
And you found actually a lot of similarities with training to go to a place as remote as Antarctica and similar to space.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Of course, the reason that we're going to these places is to do research and for exploration, but it also takes an entire team of people to get us there. We also need to do training on maintenance, how to live and work in this environment and not just do the research.
All right, as you look here at Commander Nick Hague, I want to talk a little bit about him. U.S. Space Force Colonel Nick Hague is your Crew 9 commander. He was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013. This will be his second space flight to the International Space Station. In 2018, he and his Soyuz crewmate experienced a catastrophic rocket booster malfunction after launch. They were forced to abort but landed safely. 5 months later, Hague launched on another Soyuz and served as flight engineer for expeditions 59 and 60, and of course, a safe mission to the ISS. He spent a total of 203 days in space and performed 3 spacewalks. The Kansas native is a test pilot and a distinguished graduate of the United States Air Force Academy. Nick spent 5 months in Iraq in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. He voluntarily transferred from the United States Air Force to the Space Force in 2021. and is an active colonel. His wife, Katie, is a retired U.S. Air Force colonel, and they have 2 sons. Nick is certainly ready for this role, a role, Zena, that you had trained for, but a switch was made.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Nick is going to be the commander of this flight today. This will be his second long-duration mission to the International Space Station, but as you just mentioned, his 3rd launch to space. I'm really excited for him, and actually his crewmate on that Soyuz that aborted will be joining him on the International Space Station.
How about that? Well, they'll be reunited after their unfortunate circumstance on that first flight, but they did make it to space, and they did do some great while they were on that particular mission.
That's exactly right, and this is really a testament to these systems work when we need them to.
Indeed. Well, as we mentioned, this is the suit-up room. It's one of many rooms on the 3rd floor of the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building that make up crew quarters. The crew has been living and working in crew quarters for more than 2 weeks now. Let's talk a little bit now about his fellow crew member, Haig's fellow crew member, talking about Alexander Gorbanov. This is Mission Specialist Alexander Gorbanov's first time going to space. He studied engineering with qualifications in spacecraft in upper stages from the Moscow Aviation Institute. Gorbanov graduated from the military department with a specialty in operation and repair of aircraft, helicopters, and aircraft engines. Before his cosmonaut selection in 2018, he worked as an engineer for a rocket space corporation and helped support cargo spacecraft launches from the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
That's exactly right. It's great to see Alexander looking good in his suit today. He has been an incredible asset to the team, Crew 9. I'm so grateful that I got to spend the last 18 months training with him and with Nick. They are both flying today in roles that are slightly different than the ones they originally trained for, but they are both ready to step up.
And talk a little bit about that, Zena. Initially, he was trained as pilot. Now he's in the commander position, but he also has to cover some of the responsibilities of the pilot, right? Because Gorbanov is still mission specialist, though he's also upped his level of ability for this mission as well.
Yeah, certainly. It is an unusual circumstance. So the mindset for today is that Nick Haig is the commander, and we're referring to it as a single-seat commander. So he will be in charge of the vehicle, taking over the commander role. It's a step up, certainly, from the pilot role, but something that he's well trained to do. And the difference between transitioning from the pilot to the commander role is less of a difference than it would be to transition from mission specialist to pilot. And we simply did not have enough time to complete all of that training, although Alex is an incredible crewmate and a very capable cosmonaut. And so Alex will be flying in the seat that Nick was physically training in. Nick will be flying in the seat that I was physically training in, but they will both be sharing these duties. Alex will be backing up Nick in a lot of the duties, but Nick will be the commander of the spacecraft.
And a little more insight into the decision that you touched on that was made on a crew assignments once this mission was changed from a crew of 4 to a crew of 2. NASA Chief Astronaut Joe Acaba, of course, made the call to fly Haig as the spacecraft commander. Acaba had to balance flying a NASA crew member with previous spaceflight experience to command the flight, while also making sure that the agency maintains an integrated crew with a Roscosmos cosmonaut who can operate that agency's critical systems aboard station for continued safe station operations. So a lot went into that decision, and we heard from NASA leadership in the press conference yesterday, and they said, look, you know, we had to make that call of experience in which it leaned, but they said it was a very, very close call between you and Nick. Very, very close. But it went to the experience, and you've been a professional about this. You're here on the broadcast talking about it, which, you know, I got to commend you for that as well.
Thanks.
But they said, look, you're going to fly. You're going to get a mission, and it'll be soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a very privileged problem to have. If I can say, I don't know exactly when my launch to space will be, but I know that I will get there. That's a really great great position to be in. I am here today to support my crewmates and to support the astronaut office and to support the International Space Station mission as a whole. As you just mentioned, it is really important to us that we maintain these international partnerships. It is an international space station, and so flying Alexander in that role enables that international partnership. It also facilitates my colleague Don Pettit and his seat launching on a Soyuz rocket just a few weeks ago. So they will all be together on the space station as an expedition crew. And I'm really proud to be supporting my crewmates here.
Well said. Back into the room here, you can see everyone who is in the room. We have some supporting astronauts. You see Shannon Walker there off to the left, Deputy Chief of the Astronaut Office. And you see the folks who are dressed up in black. Those are the SpaceX support team.
Yeah, that's
and
exactly
it looks like
right.
Norm Knight made it back from Russia.
Yes, indeed.
Director of Flight Operations.
Yeah, Norm Knight there in the beige jacket. He was supporting the Soyuz launch just a few weeks ago, but made it back in time to be with the crew. It's really amazing to have his support as the head of the Flight Operations Directorate. And in the blue suit just behind Alex there is Kostya Borisov. He was a mission specialist on Crew 7, actually, and is here supporting Alex.
Right, and right between him, that's Luke Delaney.
That's
he's
correct.
an astronaut, but he's in the SpaceX outfit there. There he is in his
That's
blue
right,
suit.
Luke Delaney, yes. So he is a member of the Flies class, the class just younger than the Turtles. And so it's been great to see him taking over this role. He is the astronaut support person, or ASP, so he will actually be riding in the Teslas with Nick and Alex and helping them get to the pad and get to their capsule safely. And then in between Luke and Norm Knight is Chaz Tacheny. He's our VITO, Vehicle Iteration and Test Office mission lead for Crew 9.
Zena, how long does it take for crews to train together for a launch, and what does that training entail?
Yeah, so as a crew, we are training for about 18 months together, and that training includes a lot of training in Hawthorne. As you see pictured here, this is Nick and Alex in Hawthorne, California, and we also have some simulators in Houston, Texas, training in the Dragon capsule itself. The large majority of our time is spent training for the International Space Station as opposed to our launch vehicle. But the launch vehicle is something that we don't train for until about the last 6 or 8 months of training before we get to the ISS. So it really takes a lot of work, a lot of practice, so that on launch day, everything is very familiar.
There they are coming out of the hatch.
That's exactly
doing
right.
that training you're talking about.
Yep. This training pictured here is for an unassisted egress in case they landed somewhere and rescue forces weren't immediately available to help them out of the capsule. So something that we practice for but hope to never use.
Right.
But of course, as we know, it's always good to practice for unexpected situations.
And the red stuff, those are the life-preserving items.
That's right,
supplies,
yeah.
Like a raft. And
There's a
some
life
flotation.
raft on board the Dragon, exactly right.
Very good. And so, as you can tell, Zena has great knowledge and insight into the mission today and into spaceflight in general. And so, if you're watching right now, we want to invite you to participate in the show. If you'd like to ask a question over the next 4.5 hours, just jump on X, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. Send your question in.
Countdown T-minus 3 hours, 50 minutes. Suit leak checks are complete, and then side hatches coming open imminently.
All right, good update there from the SpaceX launch director. 2 good suit leak checks, and they're opening up the hatch out at the pad. But again, the hashtag AskNASA, use that on the platforms X, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, along with your question, and we will try and answer that question live. While they get ready to go here, take a few pictures and with some of the team and talk to the crew before they get ready to head out here. I want to talk a little bit more about what led to the configuration of this mission today. The other two astronauts who are not flying today but will technically become part of Crew 9 and Expedition 72 when Nick and Alexander arrive to the ISS are, of course, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. Butch Wilmore, he has flown on 3 missions, performed 4 spacewalks, and flown in 3 spacecraft, Shuttle, Soyuz, and Starliner. And Sonny, she has flown on 3 missions, performed 7 spacewalks, and also flown in 3 spacecraft, Shuttle, Soyuz, and Starliner. Starliner arrived to the International Space Station on its test flight. This happened back in June, and we have video of it. There it is. You can see here Sonny and Butch gliding into the ISS for the welcome ceremony. Sonny's, of course, pumped as she was dying to get back onto the station. But after experiencing some technical issues with Starliner, NASA extended Butch and Sonny's stay on the ISS by weeks so teams could perform in-space and ground testing, along with holding agency meetings to review the data. During that time, the pair of astronauts conducted research and performed maintenance on the orbiting lab. But in early September, Starliner undocked without its crew from the ISS as a result of NASA's decision to prioritize astronaut safety over the test flight. And then roughly 6 hours after it pulled away from the International Space Station, as you can see here, just after midnight on September 7th, in this infrared video, you can see Starliner landing under parachutes at the White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico. Successful touchdown there. Starliner performed a series of burns leading up to the successful touchdown back on Earth and, of course, brought that 3-month test flight to a conclusion. And here's what Sonny and Butch had to say.
I was so happy it got home with no problems. We saw it fly away, and then we all got up. The whole crew got up at 3 in the morning, and we had it up on our iPads watching it land.
It was wonderful that it made it back. And the fact that we weren't on it didn't even come into mind at all.
We're here with our friends. We've got a ride home. And, we're looking forward to the next couple months and doing a lot of stuff for the International Space Station.
And so they are now, once we get everybody aboard here today, going to be part of Expedition 72 and have a lot of science work that they will do. They'll be up there for a while. But if everything goes as planned and they return with Nick and Alexander on a Crew Dragon, then they will be, fun fact, the first astronauts to fly 4 different spacecraft that have launched and returned to Earth.
That is a fun fact. Actually, really amazing. It's
hard to do.
It's difficult to do. Yes, that is quite the accolade. It's really actually incredible to me that I work with so many people, so many astronauts in our office who have now flown 2 different or 3 different types of spacecraft. And I mean, what a time to be alive that we have that many different spacecraft in operation. That's pretty neat.
It's a great point. And to your point, to talk about just how few astronauts that have done this, if we kind of change the qualification to which astronaut has flown 4 spacecraft previously and not put the qualifier of launching from Earth and returning to Earth, it goes to an astronaut who is in this room on a picture in the background. That's John Young, who flew, of course, Gemini, Shuttle, but then the Apollo crew module.
That's
and
right.
The Apollo lunar module.
That is truly amazing.
And he's in that picture, that photo there that you can see at the very top of the screen.
Yep, just above that Crew 9 patch. That's an amazing tie to history that this room and this building share. It's really, really special to get to suit up in this actual room.
And so this is a tradition here. There's Shannon Walker with the 2 crew members laying out the rules to a card game. This is a tradition that happens before the crew can leave the suit-up room. Someone plays the crew. This someone is the case. It's Shannon Walker, the deputy astronaut chief. She'll play the commander and crew member, and they will play until the commander loses. That way, the team gets their bad luck out of the way and can now move on with nothing but good luck through launch.
That's exactly right. I think spaceflight in general is full of traditions, especially on launch day. This is one of them that is just a really fun part of it. It's also a great thing to do. We have a lot of buffer built into that suit up timeline, and so I absolutely love that we get to do this tradition, get to take part in this tradition. The rules change a little bit, and so the chief or the deputy chief might make up something special specific to that crew. So you can imagine maybe the number 9 is going to feature heavily today or something like that. So the rules change a little bit every time. But yes, you're exactly right. The tradition is that we must play until the commander loses. So we'll see what happens. And yeah, it's great to see they're playing with a card deck that I actually made for them.
Oh, you did?
That's right.
Tell me about that.
It's, well, you know, I guess my last name is Cardman, and so it's, trying to live up to the name. But this is something that I've done now for crews that I work closely with. So I've worked closely in the past with Crew 4, Crew 5, now Crew 9. And it's a really fun way to send them off on their launch day. And it's been really neat to draw the crew members as the face cards, actually. So I've got...
Oh, that's cool.
Nick Hague as the king for each suit, and Alexander Gorbanov is the jack of each suit.
Any reason that you chose for those particular?
Well, you know, that just happened to
just work out that way.
Yeah, I followed my instinct there. For Crew 5, it was fun because they had Anna, Koichi, Josh, and then I made Nicole the queen. Yeah, that's right. So their initials kind of lined up nicely with the face cards.
So do you happen to know, it looks like they're getting ready to start the game. Do you know what game they're going to play?
I don't know exactly the rules of today's game.
Well,
only Shannon Walker knows
does.
right now,
Yeah.
and perhaps, hopefully, Nick and Alex as they're about to start playing.
She's been laying out the rules.
Yeah, it's fun to see them laughing with each other.
Yeah.
It must have been pretty funny. Yeah, this is something to me that just is really the human side of spaceflight.
Absolutely. And it's fun to get this insight. This isn't something that we saw in the past, although it was happening, you know, all the way back to the shuttle missions. But now the astronaut office has said, hey, you know, we'll share this with the public. I greatly appreciate it. We started doing this back in Crew 7, I believe.
That's right. Yeah, I love that we get to share this now. I think it's such a privilege to get to fly and represent our countries and the international partnership here. And the more of that story we can share with everyone watching, I think the better.
Seems like Shannon's trying to stretch out the time a little bit as she checked her
That's
watch.
a good sign, actually. I think they must be doing
true.
well on time. We love having buffer in the timeline. It's nice to see some familiar faces in the background there. Some of the black SpaceX suits. Number 34 is Haley Esparza. She's the manager for all astronaut operations at SpaceX. And fun fact, she's been with every single crew to fly a Dragon since Bob and Doug.
Oh, how about that? Some great consistency there.
That's right.
I'm taking from the body language that Hague may have lost right out of the gate.
Great, we're good to go. Got a good feeling for today.
So that didn't fill a lot of time, but hey,
but
you
hey,
got the
good
result
omens.
that you
We'll take it. That's right.
And you see the tether there on their suits. It's tethered to a box, a briefcase, I guess, as they call it.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about what that is and why they have to carry that around.
Yeah, this little suitcase, briefcase-looking thing is actually a portable cooling unit. And
hello, everybody. We're gonna launch Slay Girl.
quite warm. It's kind of like wearing a big plastic bag. It is.
We're
meant
gonna
to protect
launch
you from a lot of
Slay
different
Girl.
things, but if you are not connected to the environmental control systems of the Dragon spacecraft, they can be quite warm, especially in Florida weather.
Right,
We
so
are
this is
watching launch
breathable thrust
preparations.
fabric for good reason.
That's yes, all of the right reasons. Yeah, so until they get into their Dragon spacecraft, this is a nice way for them to maintain a
Still
a happy,
3
healthy
hours and
body
40
temperature.
minutes till launch.
All right. And there's a look at the doors at the bottom where the astronauts are headed. Now we have an opportunity to take some social questions that we just talked about. So are you ready, Zena?
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. All right, first up, Dustin Burnham asks on X, can you share a surprising or funny story about the preparations for this launch that highlights the human side of space exploration?
Oh, that's a great question. Oh, man. As crew members training together for 18 months, we have a lot of opportunities to not only work together, but also travel together, and you get to see each other in many different circumstances. I can attest that Nick Hague is quite good at karaoke.
You don't say.
I do. Yeah, so that's what
he can really sing.
Oh, well, I would say he's very enthusiastic.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Oh, I see. Is he the guy that, he's always trying to get to the karaoke bar to sing? Or does he kind of push it a little bit?
I think it's an especially nice tradition, for example, when we are training in a place like Japan, where this is one of our international partners, and what better place to do karaoke than in Japan?
No doubt. So we're looking outside the operations and checkout building at T-minus 3 hours, 38 minutes, and counting. This is where family, friends, loved ones have gathered to say goodbye to their astronaut. And let me tell you, the license plate is ready for it, as is the SpaceX Teslas that will head out to the pad. Always a great little tradition that they do with a custom plate.
Yes, I love this tradition. All of the Teslas that have taken Dragon crews to their rocket have had a fun custom license from Haley Esparza, who just walked in front of the camera. She's the mastermind behind those license plates. I suspect this one is a Taylor Swift reference.
I'm glad you got that.
Uh-huh.
Well, you see the 3 Teslas that are going out there, Teslas 1 and 2. Of course, with just 2 crew members today, they'll be in one Tesla together.
That's right. It would be a lonely ride separate, so I'm glad they'll be together and listening to Pump It Up playlist on their way there.
Well, you can see this is now the hallway back inside the astronaut crew quarters, and some really fantastic artwork that you can see lines the hall there. This has been a recent addition to the hallway, and it's just some beautiful stuff there.
Yeah, I absolutely love this addition to such a historic place. And those doors, my goodness, it's amazing thinking how many crews, all of the people who have walked through those doors on their way to orbit.
All the way back to Gemini in the 60s. It has been a long time as we zip over. And, well, there's Raja Chari, one of our astronauts, former crew members.
Yeah.
He's out there helping out.
That's right. Raja Chari, a classmate of mine, Turtle classmate, and the commander of Crew 3. And he is here as a family escort for Nick Hague.
Toet, toet, toet. Even kijken, test. Ja. Een historische deur. Veel astronauten uit eerdere tijdperken zijn hier doorheen gekomen.
The doors that are at the bottom of the elevator.
Onder andere John Young, de Apollo-astronaut, die de eerste Space Shuttle testvlucht deed.
A lot of stuff to do. They have a schedule. They want to keep to
Samen
it.
met
They're
Robert
going to walk
Crippen.
out of there right on time.
That's right. Yeah, leading the way in that black suit there. I
We
think
zijn
she
op
was
schema.
number 11 is Katie Bishop. She is the closeout lead for today's mission.
Ze hebben zojuist een spelletje gespeeld met kaarten. En dat is een traditie. Voor elke lancering wordt er een spelletje met kaarten gedaan. En dan kunnen ze al het ongeluk vast uit de weg ruimen. Als er ongeluk nog in hun toekomst zat. Zodra ze dat spelletje gewonnen hebben, kunnen ze met good luck onderweg.
Talk about 26,000 square feet. It takes up the entire third floor.
Yeah.
And the west wing.
That is true. That's true. Yeah. Not all of that is used as crew quarters specifically. It also includes a lot of other goings on. Oh, here we see the crew coming down the hallway.
Er loopt hier een alien in de kamer.
Here they come. Crew 9 leaving the suit-up room and now on the move inside astronaut crew quarters.
En daar komt Crew 9.
This is a big moment, and there's so many people who have supported them in
Amerikaanse en een Russische astronaut.
In these hallways, wishing them well on their journey. You can see them waving goodbye as they get in these elevators.
Yeah, Alexander Gorbanov on the right, Nick Hague on the left, stepping into the elevator with Shannon Walker.
En voor Alexander, de Russische cosmonaut, is het de eerste keer in space. En ondertussen hebben we entertainment van Laura op de achtergrond.
Very nice touch and a thumbs up as the elevator doors close. Now they're headed down to the first floor. And as they do so, since we're talking pre-launch traditions, and we had a few of them, here's another one. Both Nick and Alexander signing their mission patch inside crew quarters. The patch shows, of course, the trail of a rocket launching. And you can see a Falcon 9 in there with the number 9 on its beak, along with a crescent moon as its eye. That's a nod to the Falcon 9 rocket in the patch. And we'll have much more on this mission patch with a deeper dive into the design coming up later in the broadcast, which, you know, Zena, your team, when it was your team, all contributed to the design of this
That's
patch.
right, yes. So this is a patch that I have so much affinity for, and I love the design. Nick and Alex will represent it well today.
And we'll have one astronaut and one cosmonaut. They will soon walk out of the doors here at the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, so we are focused on the doors. There's Haley, I believe, right?
That's right. That's Haley, number 34, walking out.
You see the patches that the stickers that line the doors, a great tradition there.
Yes. One of
Crew
many
members.
reminders of all the history of this building. It's a moment of big anticipation. See in the blue suit on the right, Raja Chari. They're supporting Nick Hague's family.
And Administrator Bill Nelson is here, NASA Administrator, of course.
Yeah, that's right.
There
I saw
in the
him
bottom corner
on
in
the far
blue
right.
shirt. The doors are open on the Teslas. They've allotted about 25 minutes to the pad with a security escort that will lead the way. We've got a on-car camera. We'll follow them as they go out there, so we'll get to see the same things that the astronauts see on their first ride ever out to Launch Complex 40 this time, which has been certified for human spaceflight. A recent addition to the capability of that launch complex out there at the Space Force, the 45th Space Force Wing, the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
Yeah, that's right. This is one of many historic aspects to this Crew 9 mission, and it's neat to have Nick Hague, who is the first person to launch as a Space Force member.
Ah, yes.
Of course, Mike Hopkins transitioned over to the Space Force while he was already on orbit. So he launched as Air Force, landed as Space Force.
An important distinction there, and I believe Nick said in his little crew pack, he's taking the Space Force flag.
Yeah, we get a really small volume of personal items, much of which we tend to take up with gifts. Oh, here they come.
There they are. Nick Hague, commander of Crew 9, with his crewmate, Alexander Gorbanov.
It's a big moment. Family and friends seeing their crew members
This way
in
to
their
space.
suit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they'll have a chance here to say a few words with those who are closest to them.
Standing at a distance, of course, because the astronauts are quarantined for 2
That's
weeks
right, yeah.
prior to liftoff.
And their closest members of the family have been quarantining with them, but as we are actually getting ready to get on the rocket, we are taking all of the precautions possible.
What's this like for you, Zena, seeing your former crewmates in this moment?
Oh, gosh, at the same time, it is absolutely joyful, and it is also surreal. It's really fun seeing people I know so well in their suits, ready to go. I know firsthand how well prepared they are. They've been doing not only all of the normal training for a mission like this, but additionally working really hard to make that final transition into these roles that they weren't originally planned for. I know that they're ready, and gosh, it's amazing. I know how many people have put a ton of work into this. I'm ready to see them get to the International Space Station and get going on a long expedition. And they'll have a few minutes here to say hello, say some words with their family. There's Haley letting them know it's time to move towards the Teslas. And we'll hopefully have one extra chance for families to come up to the window of the Teslas as they're ready to roll off to the pad. A few final cheers, some photos.
And now they are getting into the Tesla. And as Zena said, the doors will close, the windows will open, and they'll have a few more moments with their
That's
family
right.
and loved ones.
You can see them hooking back up to that cooling umbilical connected to their little personal briefcases. Get them some air on their way to the launch pad.
Switching from the handheld to the in-car system, right?
The handheld system is actually in the back behind their seats.
So it's all part of it. Okay.
Yeah, but they ditch the little cooling suitcase as they walk out, just less to carry.
Gotcha.
Ja,
This moment is such a mix of emotions.
belangrijk moment.
I know families are
Even
all at once so
Afscheid
proud
nemen
of their loved one. It's also
van de
incredibly
familie.
difficult to know that it's going to be a long time before you see them again. Of course, we have a lot of great communications assets. It's really easy to stay in touch, but it is nevertheless really challenging to be a family member on the other side of this.
Altijd spannend.
And as a crew member, you are feeling so excited for this launch that's about to happen. You're so ready for it, as this license plate says.
Ready for it.
They are ready for it indeed. And
Yeah.
you've been down there on the ground as an astronaut support person with these crew members as they've been getting ready to. You were there for Crew 4,
That's right. Yeah, I was the support person for Crew 4. I was a backup crew member for Crew 4 as well.
En het is de allereerste keer in de historie van het Kennedy Space Center dat Launchpad 40 wordt gebruikt voor human spaceflight, dus voor bemande luchtvaart. Voorheen is het gebruikt voor satellietlanceringen, cargo-missies, maar nog nooit mensen. Dat is de eerste keer. Launchpad 40 bestaat al sinds het Apollo-tijdperk, of Gemini zelfs. En nu voor de eerste keer onderweg in de Tesla naar Launchpad 40 voor de eerste bemande lancering vanaf dat platform.
Driving away from the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, and this will begin a roughly 20-minute drive with a full security escort across NASA's Kennedy Space Center, including the Vehicle Assembly Building. And there they are, the onboard camera. I just want to follow up on a note that you said. You've seen this from so many sides. that by the time you get to space, you will probably be the most highly trained astronaut to ever do a crew launch.
Well, I don't know about that, but I will be ready for it as well, that's for sure.
All right. Well, while we've got the astronaut and cosmonaut in their vehicles headed to the pad, let's hear from them now. And let's start with Commander Nick Hague, who spent 5 months in Iraq in 2004 in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Let's listen more from the test pilot from Qantas.
The point of the human exploration of space is to benefit everyone on Earth. My name's Nick Hague, and I'm the commander for NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 mission to the International Space Station. Space is really hard. It's dynamic, it's unpredictable, and we've seen that play out over the last several months. But that's no different than the way it's always been. And so it's phenomenal to be part of a team that you see them respond to that and throw themselves at these new challenges and figure out ways to make it happen. It just makes you really proud to be part of the NASA team. I grew up on a farm out in western Kansas, looking up at the night sky, staring at the stars, dreaming about exploring space. At some point when you're growing up, the childhood dream of going to space transitions to a professional ambition. And for me, that time was at the test pilot school at Edwards Air Force Base. I've been to the space station before. My first launch was not quite successful, and we aborted about 2 minutes into the flight. So what was supposed to be a 200-day mission ended up being a 20-minute mission. I was able to try again 5 months later and complete the job that I was asked to do, which was go to the space station and spend 6 months on board. So I was part of Expeditions 59 and 60. Our mission hasn't changed. It's to get to the space station, conduct research, and come home. How we're going to do that is going to look a little bit different. This time, we're going to launch with just 2 crew. We're going to have 2 empty seats for Butch and Sunny, so that at the end of our mission, we're going to be able to bring them home. But one of the most exciting and challenging aspects of what lie ahead is how Alex and I are going to integrate into their crew. You know, they've been on the station for several months already, and it's going to be thrilling to be able to join them and get to work, doing that mission of discovery, conducting science, performing upgrades on the station, figuring out how to live and work not just in low Earth orbit, but how we're going to do that when we go to the moon and on to Mars. Safety culture at NASA is so critical. We manage risk every day. Just being able to watch the agency navigate those decisions over the last several months and balance the risk and the safety of the crew and the well-being of the crew and the vehicle and the mission has been phenomenal. What is crystal clear in that entire process is the commitment to making sure that when we launch crews, we're going to bring them home safe.
And we are on the road after hearing some really wonderful words from Commander Nick Hague. I like the part about him.
Filmpje over de 2 astronauten. Ze hebben er zin in.
Professional ambition. And here he goes. We also want to invite you to...
Ondertussen kijken we naar de reis naar Launch Complex 40.
Platforms Facebook, X, YouTube and Twitch. Astronaut Zena Cardman is here and she is answering your questions and doing a great job.
Er waren wat problemen met de Hurricanes. Niet Helena, maar de volgende met de I. Ik ben de naam even kwijt. Dat heeft in de voorbereidingen wat ellende gekost, maar was niet van invloed op de missie.
The Falcon 9 rocket is a little over 200 feet tall.
So that's roughly 20 stories if you
200 feet tall, dat is een 20 verdieping tellende gebouw. Dat is de hoogte van de raket. Vraag van een 8 jaar oud jongetje.
So the crew will be taking a long elevator ride up to the top of the launch tower before they can walk across the crew access arm. And at the bottom of the rocket, they'll have a chance to peer up at it from below. And at the top, they'll have a chance to peer over the rail and gaze out at the view. It is really actually amazing to stand on top of one of these launch towers and look out at Kennedy Space Center, many different launch towers here. But today, this one on Launch Pad 40, Launch Complex 40, is going to take Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov to the International Space Station.
Ja, dat is zeker de bedoeling.
Another question.
Door die stormschade is er een deel wat opnieuw geverfd moest worden, deel van de raket.
This is a launch pad that SpaceX has used to launch Falcon rockets from before. This is the first time that we will have actually crew, so people launching on a rocket from this launch pad. And I think it's great. Now we have more options available. This adds some flexibility to the launch schedule. We have more and more rockets launching every week, and things can get a little complex. We have to not only abide by traffic laws, so if one rocket is launching, another one is not able to launch nearby, but we also have to dodge weather, as we are keeping an eye on today. And so having more than one launch pad is really helpful in maintaining some flexibility.
Initially, Crew 9 was supposed to launch on 39A, but they made the switch due to a number of factors to 40 and did a lot of work to get it ready.
Exactly right. Yeah, actually, this launch pad was not yet even human rated for their original launch date in mid-August.
2 years later, and they are ready for this day. We are now passing Kennedy's iconic vehicle assembly building.
De Vehicle Assembly Building is het grootste gebouw ter wereld. Niet qua hoogte, maar qua inhoud. En daar worden de raketten geprepareerd.
First crewed mission of NASA's Artemis campaign to establish a long-term presence on the lunar surface for science. And there you see it. What a beautiful shot.
Even voor referentie, een van de strepen van die Amerikaanse vlag, daar kan een bus doorheen in de breedte. Een passagiersbus.
Well, speaking of Artemis 2, the Space Launch System, core stage rocket. Well, Zenit made its final stop to Kennedy Space Center in Florida before it's going to get ready for launch. The commander of the Artemis 2 mission was in New Orleans back in July for the big move to KSC. And let's listen in to him now with a closer look at what's next for the SLS.
Okay. The Space Launch System, SLS.
Hi, I'm NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, standing here at the Michoud Assembly Facility in Louisiana. And behind me, our Space Launch System core stage is on the move. That booster back there is going to power me, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen around the moon on Artemis 2. For the last 3 years, technicians have been manufacturing and assembling our 212-foot-tall Space Launch System core stage. In July, the core stage made the trek on NASA's Pegasus barge and shipped to the Exploration Ground Systems team at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The core stage rocket's arrival now puts the biggest piece of hardware for Artemis 2 shipped to Kennedy at the Vehicle Assembly Building. It joins the SLS rocket's twin 5-segment solid rocket boosters and the Orion spacecraft, already undergoing testing and checkouts at the spaceport. That's a look at your Artemis Moon Minute.
The Space Launch System, with its 2 propellant tanks and 4 RS-25 engines, is the only rocket that can send the Orion spacecraft, astronauts, and supplies to the moon on a single mission. And as we continue to watch the crew here, they're taking that curve. That is pad 39B. And that's a live look as they are passing that pad right now. Testing is in the works for the Artemis program there. Last month, teams at Kennedy Space Center.
15 minutes. Advanced team is complete with their actions and ready for crew arrival.
Okay, that's a good milestone that they've met. That just means that the advanced team, which got everything ready, is now ready for this crew right here that is driving on the way to the pad right now. But back to the note on the VA or on 39.
We zagen net Launchpad 39B. 39B, dat is waar de Space Shuttles altijd van vertrokken.
Teams are here.
Daar gaan ze nu voorbij.
I hear that sound? That's the sprinkler system there.
En
The
we
fire
zien hier een
suppression
test.
system activated as the Artemis mission emergency procedures during a series of integrated system verification and validation tests.
Mocht er iets verkeerd gaan, hebben ze getraind om snel te kunnen escapen.
The emergency egress baskets, and then exiting at the terminus area, and then once there, they got into an armored emergency response vehicle, and then drove away from the pad to one of the designated safe site locations at Kennedy. Critical training for them that all astronauts do before they go on a mission. For more Artemis updates, you can scan the QR code on your screen that's coming up.
Er was wat background informatie over Artemis, de maanlandingen. Even aan de kant van de QR-code.
Artemis
ja.
Roman numeral 2. And as we continue to make our way to Space Launch Complex 40, this is a live look as they are pulling up and going past Pad 39A. This is where all previous launches for SpaceX crewed launches have happened here at Kennedy Space Center.
Launchpad 39A.
Launching not from 39A where they would have turned in and been.
Daar gaan ze. Tot nu toe zijn ze daarvan vertrokken.
And launching from Space Launch Complex 40. But what a great shot there, showing the venerable and historic.
Maar we rijden door naar Launch Complex 40. Waar we dus voor de eerste keer mensen van lanceren.
SpaceX working on their Starship launch tower just to the right of the water tower there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's neat to see a developmental program right next to one that is so operationally proven.
Mooie blik op de kust van Florida, de Space Coast.
SpaceX, a partner with the Human Landing System.
Met de Atlantische Oceaan rechtsboven in beeld.
Helping out with Artemis 3 and getting our NASA astronauts onto the surface of the moon. Now they approach the beach side where the road goes right down the waterway. This is a nice shot of the Atlantic Ocean.
Dat zei ik net, man.
And the beachside road that leads to Space Launch Complex 40.
Absolutely beautiful. And this connection to the ocean is one of the reasons the Crew 9 patch also depicts the ocean.
Very nice. As we take in this lovely view, we also want to give a chance for, nice wave.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
For the surfers out there, boy, that was a sweet one. Back to our crewmate here on Crew 9, cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov is Crew 9's mission specialist, a first-time flyer who studied engineering at the Moscow Aviation Institute.
Oké, filmpje van Alexander.
Поэтому мы все время стараемся изучить этот космос как можно больше, изучить, как устроена Вселенная. Исходя из этих знаний, этих фундаментальных знаний, мы, может быть, получим в дальнейшем какие-то новые технологии. My name is Alexander Gorbanov, and I'm the mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission to the International Space Station. Я родился в городе Железногорске, Курской области. Это примерно в 500 километрах на юг от Москвы. Мне нравилась, например, биология. И когда я был совсем маленьким ребенком, я хотел быть биологом. Затем я познакомился с авиамоделированием. После этого меня мысль о том, чтобы стать инженером, в частности в космической отрасли, полностью захватила. И в старших классах я уже осознанно готовился. Я закончил Московский авиационный институт по направлению космические летательные аппараты и разгонные блоки. По образованию я инженер. Учась в институте, я также параллельно работал. После этого я поставил себе цель попасть в отряд космонавтов. На это ушло примерно 10 лет. В 2018 году я был отобран в отряд космонавтов. Международная кооперация – это одна из самых важнейших частей при исследовании космоса. Мне кажется, что когда человек выходит за пределы земной атмосферы, то он становится не только представителем своего государства или своей нации, но также представителем всего человечества. Когда я учился в институте, то ходил в горные походы, в зимние походы, научился нырять с аквалангом. Но самое вдохновляющее увлечение, которое у меня сохранилось до сих пор, это парапланеризм. Это невероятное, непередаваемое ощущение, когда ты летишь, и тебя сопровождает только звук ветра. Ну, я думаю, это похожее увлечение. С каждым годом все выше и выше. Чем больше занимаешься парапланеризмом, тем выше получается подняться на параплане. Соответственно, следующая ступень — космос, но без параплана.
Minus the paraglider. Well, we saw some beautiful waves for surfing, and then there were some beautiful views of paragliding. I haven't been, but that looks amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that's something that Alexander is very passionate about. Hopefully I get to give that a try with him someday.
T-minus 3 hours and 9 minutes, and there you see the access road as we're going towards Launch Complex 40. The lead vehicle, part of the security team that's leading the caravan.
That's right. A little bit longer of a drive than it is to 39A. Gives you extra time for your launch playlist.
There you go. And I don't know what the playlist is for the car this time around. Sometimes the astronauts, as you know, post it on social media. We didn't get one for Nick, but you know, it got me to thinking. Sometimes it's just nice to just drive and just have the sound of the tires underneath you. You know?
That is true. Though
I don't know if that's the case, but, yeah.
Today I know that they are listening to some tunes.
Okay, so it is a good thing to rock out and get the adrenaline going. That's
Absolutely.
certainly what the astronauts did on Demo 2 and many missions afterwards.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's interesting. Some people choose to have some pump it up jams. Others really want to relax and just get in a calm mindset. And it's really up to the crew members.
So this is pretty cool, Zena, as you're driving up and seeing the rocket in through the front windshield.
Oh, yeah.
There you saw the MRAPs just off to the side. Those are the vehicles. In case there were an emergency egress, they would use the emergency slide wire chute to get down there and get in those vehicles. But this is a wider shot of Slick 40.
It's a beautiful shot.
It is a smaller footprint than 39A. Of course, 39A, a very large NASA facility that has a very long flame trench. This one, a little shorter, a little smaller footprint, about the third of the total footprint. But all the hardware is there that's necessary for successful spaceflight. And today, the first time that we'll have a crew launch from this launch pad. And a lot of work, about 2 years worth of work, went into getting this pad configured and outfitted with hardware that can support a crew launch. And you need a tower, you need an access arm. So I want to give you a little closer look at what we're dealing with. You can see there's the entire complex. And if you look to the right of the screen, that's the launch tower. You see the elevators. Astronauts will be going into those elevator doors. They'll then go up to the top and pop out right here at the top of not the very top, but the launch tower level that leads them to the spacecraft. They'll walk in the direction of those chevrons into this crew access arm, where you see a couple of the advanced team members from SpaceX looking out the window, and what incredible views they have there as well. And then that crew access arm leads to the spacecraft Freedom. It is a larger white room than we are accustomed to seeing over at Pad 39A, but it is very capable with numerous improvements to the current system. And there it is, a look from the outside. Outside the crew access arm and the Crew Dragon that is atop the Falcon 9 rocket. A little wider look, and you can see all around the Space Coast as we have a beautiful day forming up.
Yeah, that Dragon spacecraft Freedom is looking good on top of a Falcon 9 today. Absolutely beautiful shot.
T-minus 3 hours and 4 minutes and counting. At T-minus 4.5 hours, we got a weather brief from the launch weather officer with the 45th Space Wing today. And though that shot looks beautiful there, we got a little blue sky mixed in there, there are some weather matters to talk about that the team is tracking. If you look here at the satellite view from the GOES satellite of Florida, you can see we've got there in the lower half of the screen, you can see the clouds developing and starting to push from the west towards the east. That is coming in our direction. That was expected, streaming some moisture over our area, according to the launch weather officer. It's all because of a trailing boundary in the wake of what was Hurricane Helene. It stalled out over top of us and has kind of concentrated that moisture over the launch site and staging areas. So here at the launch site, where the forecast is calling for scattered showers forming and pushing towards the Florida East Coast in the afternoon. Fortunately, our launch time of 1:17 p.m. Eastern Time is early in the afternoon, hopefully before those storms start popping up and developing. But they are keeping a close eye on it. And as a result, our probability of violation at the launch site for today is 45%. That would mean a 55% go if you're a person who likes your glass half full.
I do.
And that's Sina.
Oké.
So we'll take that as
Er komt wat slecht weer aan.
hopefully we end up on the good side of that.
In de middag.
We're also watching the weather along the ascent corridor.
De lancering is 1:15 lokale tijd, dus waarschijnlijk zijn ze de buien voor. Maar er is maar een kans van 56% dat de lancering doorgaat. En dan hebben we het alleen maar over het weer.
Up the ascent along the east coast of the United States. And this is important. This is something that the team is watching.
Dus het zou zomaar kunnen dat we straks kijken naar een annulering, naar een cancel, naar een scrub.
Yeah, absolutely. Weather on launch day is a really interesting puzzle, and so not only the weather right here at the launch site matters, but all up the East Coast matters as well.
Yeah.
And as Nick Hague knows firsthand, if you needed to abort and escape from the top of your rocket, your Dragon would come down on this launch trajectory.
Niet alleen het weer in Florida moet goed zijn, maar de hele oostkust van de States. Alle locaties waar eventueel een noodlanding gemaakt kan worden, dat weer wordt in de gaten gehouden en moet goed zijn. Zegt astronaut Sina.
As you mentioned, they're watching closely. The conditions were moderate when they were forecast yesterday, but the team is watching.
Oké. Weer wordt dus belangrijk. Over de hele oostkust. En die regenbuien die er aankomen, die komen pas vanmiddag. Waarschijnlijk pas na launchtijd. Dus in Florida zit het mogelijk goed. Maar het is een ingewikkelde puzzel, zoals ze net zeiden. Vanwege al die noodlandingslocaties waar het weer ook goed moet zijn. En anders gaat de hele lancering niet door.
A quick note, Zena and I are listening into the weather brief that's happening right now. We're going to update you once that's complete.
Oké, ze worden nu gebriefd over het weer. En dat gaan we zo meteen horen. Of die 56%, of die misschien nog wat hoger wordt.
I believe that was Launch Weather Officer Brian Cizik. Stand by.
Ja.
In the meantime, while discussing the weather, our crew, or Crew 9, is headed towards that elevator at the base of the launch tower.
De crew gaat naar de lift.
Walking towards that elevator right now. I am sure they will take a moment to look up and really take in their rocket from the foot of that 200 and change foot tall rocket.
Ook een traditie, altijd eventjes naar boven kijken. En het is ook een traditie als ze boven zijn, als ze met de lift mee
You can see them doing the quintessential
zijn geweest,
SpaceX flight suit lean back.
dat ze dan nog een telefoontje mogen plegen.
To be most comfortable when you're in the seated position, so that
Not staring up at a 200-foot tall
exactly,
rocket.
yes,
This
not,
is Core
not
on
exactly
countdown.
ergonomic for
T-minus
these
3 hours. Crew have
operations,
arrived
but
at the pad on
I
time.
can't imagine standing at the foot of your own rocket and not stopping to take a look at it.
Isn't that something? What a view that we just saw there as they
No
were
kidding.
craning backwards. We call it the rocket recline.
The rocket recline, I love that.
And
Should
into
be
the
a dance
elevator
move.
they go.
In de lift, spannende momenten voor de
I've
astronauten.
not been inside this elevator, but I suspect they designed it similarly to the one at 39A. There is actually a button for space. There it is.
There it is.
Kijk,
Right
de
on
knop
cue.
naar
Yeah, I
space.
know which one I would choose.
Laura,
Absolutely.
in de lift.
Well, it's, why go to the 230-foot level when you can go to space?
Send it.
Send it, indeed. And there's the top, and that's where they'll pop out.
En nog een
Through.
telefoontje
We
mogen
showed you
plegen.
our little
hè?
mini tour. We'll follow those chevrons on the ground, which are also there in white, high contrast with the black paint, so they can be seen in the case of an emergency egress.
Nou, de lift
Yep,
doet
that's
het.
exactly right. This launch tower is well designed for humans. It's part of the long process to get it rated for these crew members, Nick and Alex, today. And there's Luke Delaney, number 43. You can tell by his red name tag, a little bit different than the SpaceX ninjas.
Yeah. And there's some important differences between this crew tower. This elevator takes the crew all the way up to the level of the crew access arm, as opposed to at 39A, they have to actually go up a few flight of stairs.
That's exactly right, which is no easy feat when you're in a suit like this. So quite nice to just go all the way direct in your elevator.
Direct flight.
Mm-hmm.
And the crew access arm at 39A actually, I understand, has an incline, so there's a little kind of coming up.
Yeah, that's right. It's a little bit different than 39A.
And here they
Minder-
come. Commander
minder-
Nick Hague and mission specialist Alexander Gorbunov walking the crew access arm towards their Dragon Freedom capsule.
En dat in minder dan 3
Are all
uur
smiles, and I can
tot de
understand why.
geplande lanceertijd. 3 uur van nu zijn ze onderweg als het goed is.
Walking confidently and certainly anticipating these next few moments where they'll get into the spacecraft and get seated and strapped in.
We hebben alleen de laatste weerupdate nog niet gehoord. En dat is wel een belangrijke.
Katie Bishop, who is in charge of today's operations here at the Cape as the closeout lead for the SpaceX team.
She handed a Sharpie to Alexander
This is
Gorbunov.
Core on countdown. T-minus 2 hours, 56 minutes.
Another
Crew
one of
have
those
arrived
many
at the white room.
spaceflight traditions, signing the wall of the
Ja.
white room before you get in your
Nog zo'n traditie.
capsule. And these will be the first signatures on the wall.
De eerste handtekeningen op dit
Yeah, here we go.
Full of signatures.
lanceercomplex van astronauten die vertrokken zijn. Want zoals we weten is dit de allereerste keer dat er bemande vlucht van dit lanceercomplex vertrekt.
Boy, you went big too.
Grote handtekening van Alexander. Nee, dat was...
They can take up
dat was
as
Nick.
much space as they would.
That's right. Nick is a lefty.
Oh, hij is links. Handig.
It's true. Strangely, the astronaut office has, I think, a higher percentage of lefties than most of the U.S. population.
How about that? Wonder why
Random
that
fact.
is.
I don't
Oh, dat is een fun fact. De meeste astronauten zijn linkshandig.
Try to make some kind
Tenminste,
of,
meer dan
observation
de rest
of
van
my
de
right
bevolking.
brain, but
yeah.
I don't know if that would work. Well, look at this.
What
Taking
a
in that view.
Yeah, absolutely. I love nighttime launches. Looks really spectacular as the rocket lifts off, but getting to see this view, taking in some final scenes of my favorite planet before getting in your rocket.
That's a great point. You walk down that crew access arm at night, and it's just black. But during a day launch, like we have today, I get beautiful vistas the entire way.
Absolutely.
But night is fun for people who watch launches.
Yes,
And it
yes.
lights up the sky.
Yep.
We've got a split screen now showing you the crew access arm, exactly where those astronauts are inside, and then our look inside it on the right-hand side. Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov having a little chat there about their final instructions to ingress, which means just get inside of the capsule. And their signatures.
Het ziet er eruit dat ze geen telefoontje meer hebben, of
No
komt dat
doubt
nog?
will be filled with signatures over the coming years as crews continue to launch from this now.
Nee, ze stappen in. De traditie van een telefoongesprek hebben ze geskipt. Ik weet niet waarom.
And we've got one already in the seat.
Hupsakee, instappen.
Alexander Gorbanov taking his spot in what is typically the pilot's seat, but as the mission specialist in a crew of two, he'll be sitting there right next to Nick Hague, who now takes his or kind of falls into it.
Yeah, so this is that was really funny to watch actually, Nick, because he is
2 hours,
used to
53.
training.
Crew have ingressed the capsule.
En 2 lege stoelen, die zijn voor Butch Wilmore en Sunita Williams.
In seat number 3, so the seat that Alex is sitting in, you saw Nick.
Die konden niet terug met de Boeing Starliner.
Where the displays are.
En vandaar dat er in plaats van 4 nu 2 astronauten omhoog gaan in deze SpaceX-raket.
Training for something like this.
Yes.
Ze blijven er een paar maanden. Komen begin 2025
And while
terug.
they're getting situated, just wanted to catch you up on the weather brief that
Het weer.
we listened to. The launch weather officer, Brian Sizik, in this case, was observing a line of storms that are headed our way over Florida right now. They're coming up from the southwest, and that's what's contributing to our launch day forecast. Our winds are 10 miles per hour out of the south-southwest. Temperature is a nice warm 87 degrees. And we are
45% go.
Well, that should say 45% probability of violation, unless that's changed. I hadn't heard that it did.
It may be evolving as we speak.
It could
I'm
be.
not sure.
But the concerns that they have are cumulus clouds, flight through precipitation, and surface field electric rules.
Ik heb het gevoel dat we morgen rond deze tijd weer hier zitten, want dat is een alternatieve lanceerdatum.
Goes satellite live, and you can see from the southwest.
Vanuit het zuidwesten komen de wolken, die bouwen op.
That streaming moisture from a stalled boundary that's coming in our direction. Of course, the Cape is indicated by the little point that you see there, the little protrusion along the coast of Florida. Right
rechts
there
in
in the
ongeveer
center.
in het midden
So that
van de
is
kust,
heading our way,
dat
and he
is
is forecasting that to arrive
Cape Canaveral.
in about an hour, and says from there we're going to have spotty storms off and on. So you've trained for this mission, so you know this well. As we go along through the count, things really get locked in once you start tanking at T-minus 35 minutes. But at 2 hours and 51 minutes, they can afford to continue to walk along and go through the launch preparation procedures until that moment and see if this is going to be something that could be a problem for launch or not.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think in spaceflight and in life, it's important to remember that being an optimist and a realist are not mutually exclusive. And so even as we are continuing to monitor this weather, we are going to progress in hopes of weather clearing and everything be come and go for launch. Of course, once we get to that launch minus 35-minute time frame as we are making the decision whether to put fuel on board or not, that is a really important decision point.
Ja, dus ze houden het weer goed in de gaten. De vraag is even, als het straks gaat onweren bijvoorbeeld, of het dan verstandig is om door te gaan met tanken van de raket. Dat gebeurt zometeen pas. Tenzij het weer roet in het eten gooit. Ondertussen wordt doorgegaan met de procedures.
Help from these suit techs strapping us in on the ground. The seats are in a slightly more upright configuration than they will be for launch, and so that helps you with ingress, with getting in your seats. But it is still difficult to strap yourself in. You can see Nick is taking care of his shoulder harness straps right now. plug it into the center point where all 5 points of that harness attach.
It certainly is cozy and comfy, isn't it? I mean, they're elbow to elbow.
Absolutely, yeah. It's pretty roomy inside as spacecraft go. It's a really nice cabin interior. And both Alex and Nick, because they are in the center seats here, can have a longer footrest. The two seats on the exterior can only have a short footrest if you have a large seat bucket. So I'm sure they're grateful for the extra leg room.
Absolutely, because they're going to be there a while. We got a 28-hour transit to the International Space Station once they lift off, and we've got another just a little under 3 hours in this position now. So
absolutely, yeah. And of course, once they get on orbit, they can get out of their seats and out of their suits as well. But they've got a few more hours to go. And here, where you are not weightless, it's important to be not only safe, but also comfortable.
And I did double check the probability of violation. We still are at 45% probability of violation, so 55% go with the weather, and that hasn't changed. Though, just to briefly recap, there are a line of storms heading this direction set to arrive in about an hour. And launch weather officer says they'll be off and on as they pass over the spaceport. But I have seen, it's rare, I think I actually only saw it one time, 80% no-go. And as long as it's clear, right at T0, you got a hole in the clouds.
That's
and
right.
it's clear
You
enough
just
away.
need
10
one
mile.
window.
Yeah, that's all you need. Throughout the program, we've been taking your questions from our hashtag AskNASA sites, which include Facebook, X, YouTube, and Twitch. Zena Cardman, NASA astronaut, has been taking those questions and enlightening those who are curious enough to ask, and we appreciate you sending those questions in. And next up, Zena, Craggy Williams asks, where was your favorite place to train?
Oh, my goodness. You know, I love that we have so many different training centers. A lot of the training that we do is for the International Space Station. And we train all over the world, in Japan, in Star City, Russia, and at the European Space Agency in Germany. Most of my training happens at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, and same for Nick Hague, my crewmate there. I love the facilities that we have at JSC. One of my favorites maybe would be the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory, NASA's NBL. This is an amazing million-gallon swimming pool where there is a 1-to-1 scale mock-up of the exterior of the space station, and this is where we train for spacewalks in the EMU, the Extravehicular Mobility Unit. So that's a spacesuit, but different than the spacesuits that you see the crew wearing today.
You can't understate the size of that pool. You mentioned 1 million gallons. This is like a gigantic indoor lake.
It's humongous. It's about 40 feet deep, but it's such clear water. You can see all the way to the bottom. It's really hard to judge the scale of it. But I still remember the first time that I was submerged underwater in the NBL. You look down and your hands are in spacesuit gloves. And that was one of the first moments where things felt really real. As a newly hired astronaut.
Right.
Another one of my favorite places.
Did you pinch yourself, like in that moment?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely surreal. But yeah, what an amazing place to train.
Sorry, you were going to say?
Oh, my other favorite places to train include also the Dragon Training Center in Hawthorne, California, near Los Angeles. This is where SpaceX headquarters is and where actually Mission Control Hawthorne is, so the Dragon operators on the ground, in addition to our Houston Mission Control Center operators. And there in Hawthorne, they have a capsule simulator that is a perfect mock-up of this Dragon spacecraft. It's so real that I've heard crews say they are convinced that the side hatch is going to open, and their lead trainer, in this case, a person named Paul Weiss was our lead trainer for Crew 9. We're just convinced that Paul is going to pop his head through and say, okay, good job on the sim today.
I have heard other astronauts say the same thing.
Absolutely.
When they get in, this moment we're seeing right now with Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov is so familiar because of all that training.
Absolutely.
That even the day of launch, that familiarity just takes over and says, oh, this is just the way we train.
Absolutely. It's so important to train in as high fidelity an environment as possible. And of course, there are some aspects of space, for example, the weightlessness, that are very challenging to simulate on the ground. But this capsule, it's really amazing to be able to train in a capsule that's such high fidelity and has exactly the same avionics and software, so that on launch day, you have been through this 100 times and the training takes over, you know exactly what to do.
That's the confidence you want to have when going to space, which, as we all know, many of us who worked in this industry for a while, it is a business that is not without risk. Our next question is coming from Kyla Ramsey. Kyla Ramsey Garza, I should say. She asks on X, my 6-year-old wants to know, what will Expedition 72 do for their research at the ISS? What kind of science?
Oh, there's so many different experiments that are on board or going to be on board. One of my favorites, I think, is actually ourselves, the human subjects. A lot of the research that we do on the space station is understanding what happens to people when you're in space for a long time. And that's because we're getting ready to go farther afield to places like the moon and eventually to Mars, where we will be spending longer and longer duration. That our body experience in space are very similar to populations on Earth.
Tex Freedom, I'm with you. Got you loud and clear.
Have you the same? Stand by for umbilical comm checks. C2, C3 for umbilical comm check.
C2's got you loud and clear.
We got the loud and clear.
Core has you loud and clear. Umbilical comm checks are complete. Report when you are ready for seat rotation.
Freedom's ready for seat rotation.
Copy. We will report when initiating.
Ook nieuw, dat had de Space Shuttle niet. Seat rotation.
Starting off with some comm checks there, which is a routine part of this procedure.
That's right. That was the core. His name is Shiva in Hawthorne, California, talking to the crew just before seat rotation here.
Shiva is a former SpaceX broadcaster.
Comchecks is een afkorting voor communicatiecheck.
Seat rotation.
Die zijn gedaan.
Good communicator.
Yeah, good to hear his voice.
En de seats gaan roteren. Ze staan eerst rechtop, want dat is makkelijker bij het instappen en het instappen.
I said former, he may be current, I apologize. But he has done launch broadcasts, so I recognize his voice.
Absolutely.
En ze gaan nu de seats roteren voor lanceerpositie.
To do simulations with in Hawthorne before. So it's nice to have a familiar person on the team.
And there they go. Articulating the seats into launch position.
Ik heb net even een vraag richting NASA gestuurd.
Boots up.
Of dit nou veel meer comfortabel is dan de Space Shuttles.
To work those heads-up displays a lot better.
Yeah, that's right. With the seats in the reclined position, it's a lot easier to see and access those displays.
Freedom seats are in the launch position.
Ze zitten in
Also puts them in a much
lanceerpositie.
better configuration for the G-forces that they will feel on launch.
De reden dat ze gaan roteren in die lanceerpositie is dat ze in deze positie minder last hebben van de G-krachten.
NASA's and SpaceX's Crew 9 mission, launching from Launch Complex 40. On the left, our flight operations team from the Kennedy Space Center is orbiting Space Launch Complex 40.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for 4.100, section 2, suit leak check prep.
Geen idee wat dat betekent.
Freedom copies. Go in section 2 of 4.100, suit leak check.
Leak check, oké. Dat is wel belangrijk sinds
And we are currently here in the split
Boeing.
screen. With the left, you see the rocket, and on the right are our crew. One astronaut, one cosmonaut, getting ready for the second of 2 leak checks so far today.
Exactly. They did the first in the suit-up room at the operations and checkout building before they walked out and saw their families. The second one is because they have actually had a chance to open up the zippers of their suit. And we are now also zipped back up and connected to all of the systems of the Dragon. So their actual umbilicals connecting to the Dragon vehicle itself is one place where you might have a leak. So in the suit-up room, we've eliminated the variable of the suits themselves. And now we're just making sure that
Our tear complete, ready for leak checks.
all of those interfaces with the vehicle itself are going to be good to go.
Oké, leak checks. De spacesuits en
And SpaceX will be
en de Dragon-raket zijn getest op leak checks. En er zijn geen
To initiate suit leak check.
problemen.
they'll be actually getting telemetry from the suits,
Copies. Go in section 3, suit leak checks and work.
including exact pressures as these suits begin to inflate.
Right there on the heads-up display. you can see all the
Ruimtepakken worden
pressures of the
opgeblazen.
suit. Nice.
Actually,
Or is it in the
we
iPad?
can't. Yeah, so neither.
En
The operators in Hawthorne are
de
monitoring
control room die
side
krijgt
pressures of the
telemetriedata
suit.
binnen
On the
van de
displays,
pakken
you,
zelf.
basically
Over
get
de
a
luchtdruk en dat soort dingen.
good or not good. A check mark whether your suit has passed the leak check or not. And so it's amazing to have those really competent operators in Mission Control Hawthorne who are looking at all of the detailed telemetry of the suit. But of course, because we have done so many leak checks at this point, and we've spent a lot of time pressurized in the suit, you really get to know kind of the characteristics of exactly your suit, what a nominal rate of inflation feels like, what 2.5 or 4.5 pounds per square inch feels like. So you can see them starting to get jet-proofed now as those suits pressurize.
Jet-proofed?
Yeah.
Is that an official astronaut term?
It is now.
Jet-proofed.
And you can see the crew they tend to keep their hands up by the displays, and so that keeps your hands in a good configuration where you could actually interact with the displays if you needed to, but once the suit is pressurized, it's really difficult to move around. As I mentioned before, it's about the pressure of a regulation volleyball. So imagine yourself inside a person-shaped volleyball trying to move your arms and legs around. It's a lot of force to work around.
Oké, de druk van het ruimtepak is vergelijkbaar met een volleybal. Moeilijk om te bewegen, daarom hebben ze nu hun handen omhoog bij de controls, de touchscreens. In principe hoeven ze daar niet aan te zitten, maar mocht dat toch nodig zijn, als er iets misgaat, zijn de handen vast in de goede positie.
Soft IVA suits, so launch and re-entry suits, is about half the pressure of the EMU.
Oh, how about that?
They're going to about 2.5 pounds per square inch here on screen now. And for spacewalks, we go to 4.3 psi. That large suit, it looks really bulky.
And Dragon, no concern, closeout lead is just jumping in to double check something.
But it's actually incredible for mobility, having that hard upper torso and rotating bearings on the shoulders and the waist. We've got the closeout crew taking some pictures of Nick and Alex now. This will just give them some good verifications and the ability to send those pictures to a whole team of people who will take a look at it, make sure everything is good to go.
De foto's waren niet bedoeld voor Facebook of Instagram. De foto's die ze maakten gaan naar de Mission Control Room, waar specialisten kijken of alles in orde is.
And there's that core Shiva who is confirming 2 good leak checks. And there they go, deflating.
Bevestiging, de leak checks zijn oké.
Dragon, with that, closeout team is going to be performing their final closeout steps and exiting the capsule. Please proceed to section 4 for side hatch close and report when you are ready for hatch closure.
Oké, de hatch closure. De deur gaat dicht.
So at this point we are preparing to close that side hatch where the closeout crew have been coming in and out of the Dragon capsule. Of course, we want to make sure that you have a good suit and a good leak check before you close that hatch, just in case somebody needed to help with your suit.
Okay.
Make sure all that's in order, because when you close that side hatch, that is another big milestone in the march towards liftoff.
Freedom, we're ready for side hatch closure.
Oké, ze zijn ready voor side hatch close. Dus de deur gaat dicht.
Scheduled. An instantaneous window at 1:17 and 21 seconds Eastern Time.
About 2.5 hours from now, we are making great progress. And there's a bit of buffer built into this timeline, especially for side hatch closure, because something even as small as a human hair can actually cause a slight leak when you do a pressure check on that hatch seal. And so we really want to take our time and get it right. But if we do see anything, there is still the chance to
Ze nemen de tijd om de deur dicht te doen en om alles te checken. Een menselijke haar tussen die deur kan zorgen voor een lek.
And we've had that happen.
Exactly, that's exactly
Dat
right.
is gebeurd. Niet zo lang geleden, volgens mij.
You want a really good seal between you and space.
Yes, indeed, yes.
Ja, het moet gewoon echt vacuümdicht zitten. Up next, hatch close.
Hatch closure coming up next. This is really momentous, and even in the capsule simulator, it still feels like a really significant moment when they close that side hatch. You really feel
Zelfs
like
spannend in de
a crew
simulator.
in your spacecraft getting ready for launch.
Ja, dan zit je daar nog 2,5 uur wachten. Het weer lijkt in ieder geval goed. En eens kijken of ik nog een leuke fun fact heb.
Dragon SpaceX for a teacher's comcheck.
Nog een comcheck. Nu de deur dicht zit.
Freedom's with you.
And Core has you loud and clear. Teacher's comcheck is complete. Stand by for comchecks with the DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
SpaceX Freedom, DC on countdown 1, comcheck.
DC Freedom, I've got you loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Klinkt
DC
goed.
loud and clear. Stand by for comchecks with MD.
Comcheck with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comcheck.
MD Freedom, I've got you loud and clear.
MD,
Okay.
loud and clear. Stand by for comcheck over Dragon to ground.
Ik weet even niet wat MD is. Een of andere director.
Dragon,
MD.
MD on Dragon to ground, comcheck.
Links in beeld zien we de
MD Freedom,
deur.
I've got you loud and clear, Dragon ground.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comchecks with LD.
En ze checken of er geen haat tussen zit of zo.
And Freedom's LD on countdown 1 with a comcheck.
LD Freedom, loud and clear.
And LD, I have you loud and clear. Stand by for comcheck over Dragon to ground.
Launch director LD. Comcheck.
Freedom LD on Dragon to ground with a comcheck.
LD Freedom, loud and clear on Dragon to ground.
Ook al loud and clear. Nou,
I have you the same, Freedom. Let's keep that storm salsa coming.
ik zeg vertrekken. Maar ja,
I'm with you.
we moeten even wachten op de window. 1 uur 17 lokale tijd.
Configuration comchecks are complete.
Dat is 6:15 onze tijd. Iets 2 minuten later.
Copy all, Sula.
Aan boord zijn verschillende experimenten.
Number of communication checks with the crew.
Onder andere over het groeien van planten in de ruimte. En dat zijn belangrijke experimenten voor eventuele maanmissies.
The Dragon capsule.
Of straks in de toekomst naar Mars. Kunnen we daar planten groeien? Hoe gaat dat dan? Gaan ze onderzoeken in het ISS?
So that's the launch director, the mission director in Hawthorne, the core who is.
Dus in de bagageruimte hebben ze broccoli en zo meegenomen.
And so we want
Is geen
to check
grap.
all of these different communications loops with the crew before we close that hatch and lift off.
Waarom is die deur nog niet dicht, jongens? Ze gaan onderweg voor 5 maanden naar het Space Station. En de geplande return landingsdatum is eind februari. En dan zijn Butch Wilmore en Sunita Williams van het Boeing Starliner project aan boord in de 2 lege stoelen die je links en rechts ziet van de astronauten.
And just another quick update on the weather.
Het weer.
Those storms are that we talked about excuse me, 45 minutes to an hour ago, are set to arrive here along the Space Coast. So we're going to be getting some rain in the area, not necessarily a problem at this stage of the countdown. But you can see it's all coming from the southwest. You can see the bubbling up of the storms there in the southwest portion of Florida, then moving across the state towards the east and towards the spaceport. So if you're in the area and you are camping out or getting ready to watch the launch, be aware that we got some storms in the area.
Ja, er komt regen aan. Hoeft op zich geen probleem te zijn.
Lots to keep an eye on. Any launch is a complex puzzle of many components. So
Maar als het een grote storm wordt, dan wordt de
T-minus
lancering
2 hours and 25
gecanceld.
minutes and counting. I'm Daryl Nail with NASA, joined by NASA astronaut Zena Cardman, as we are walking you through the milestones as Crew 9 is prepared to lift off today at 1:17 p.m. Eastern Time. We are split screen on the right, Crew 9, a crew of 2
Dragon,
for this launch.
the closeout team is in their final steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Please stand by for that and the state machine transition to pad hatch closed and ensure all items are secure from now through launch.
So as you heard, the
Freedom copies all.
core, a man named Shiva, coming to you from Hawthorne, is letting the crew know we're getting ready for those final steps before side hatch closure. And he let the crew know to keep all of their articles attached to them. That's because now, at this point, once the side hatch is closed, if you were to drop anything in the capsule, we would need to open that side hatch back up in order to retrieve it. So all of their tablets and stylus and their neat boards are going to stay attached to their legs there.
Ja, het is net als in het vliegtuig, hè? Al je items secured, locked houden.
On the left, you can see the closeout crew removing some of the final pieces of protective material that you have over the side hatch seals as the crew ingress the capsule.
Beschermingsmateriaal wordt
damage the seal
nu
or
losgehaald.
anything related to the hatch on your way in.
En dat
And we
is
remove that just before side hatch closure.
het laatste wat
Closeout team
moet
is
gebeuren
now
voor
taking photos, all
het
for
sluiten van de
procedure,
deur. Er worden nog wat foto's gemaakt.
so that we have something to reference in case the leak check is even slightly different than expected.
En die foto's worden dan bij Mission Control gecheckt als er weer lekken zijn gerapporteerd.
Bright light shining. Taking
That's
a close
right.
look at that seal.
Exactly. Doing some really thorough inspections here and photo documenting as we go.
Now's an opportunity to take some more social questions. Zena, what do you think about that?
I'm ready.
Ah, Q&A.
Of course, if you want to submit a question, we are taking your questions throughout the broadcast. Just punch in hashtag AskNASA.
Daar gaat de deur. De deur gaat dicht.
So if you want to submit a social question as we watch the SpaceX team do the final maneuver of closing the hatch, just go to our platforms, Facebook, X, YouTube, and Twitch, and put in hashtag AskNASA.
Heb ik gedaan. Via X. Via Twitter, het voormalige X. Hè? Ik weet, het is andersom, maar klinkt leuk.
This question coming in from SpaceX's Haley Esparza. Zena, why are you so cool?
Oh my goodness. Probably because I have such cool friends.
Well
Like SpaceX Ninja number 34.
Is she out? She's not out there, is she?
Not today. She's not
She was-
on the launch tower,
yeah.
although she has certainly been there in the past.
So she's
She wrote
somewhere with her cell phone sending in a question.
exactly.
We appreciate that, Haley. Thank you very much.
That's right. Yeah, she sent the crew off in the Teslas.
So you know Haley pretty well.
I know Haley really well. She has been an amazing support person for all of the crewed launches on the SpaceX Dragon capsule. Really from the very start. I actually first met her at Bob and Doug's Launch 4 Demo 2.
Yes. Back in 2000, the test flight, the first flight of NASA astronauts on a SpaceX Falcon 9 and Dragon.
Yeah.
And it was the return, of course, of the ability for NASA to fly to the International Space Station from American soil.
Absolutely. Historic first in 2020. Doesn't feel like that long ago, but so much has happened since then when it comes to crew launches from Florida.
When you count Demo 2, 9 total at roughly 2 a year.
9 NASA missions, and SpaceX has also launched multiple non-NASA missions. It's really amazing to see how much diligence it takes to get this side hatch closed. A really meticulous process, but that is a very important piece of equipment, so we want to get it right.
Ja, het schoonmaken van die deur is geen sinecure zo te zien.
And that side hatch needs to stay closed throughout the space flight for the 6-month increment.
It sure does.
All the way until, and it won't open again until they splash down in the ocean.
That's right. Yeah, its current planned next reopening would not be until February 2025.
So close her up good.
Yes, indeed.
Die deur gaat pas weer open als ze terugkomen in februari 2025. Dus ja, hij moet wel goed dicht zitten.
Number 11 there again is the closeout lead, Katie Bishop, who is keeping us on schedule. She's got a play-by-play of every minute of this launch countdown.
Nummer 11 is hoofd deur dicht doen.
Keeping everybody on time.
Ik ben benieuwd
Yes,
in welke
indeed.
schaal dat
Integrating many
zit.
teams who are working together to make this launch happen today, including the crew inside the Dragon capsule, the closeout team in the white room there, as well as teams on the ground.
Which is quite the coordination because there are so many people supporting this launch today.
It
So.
really is, absolutely. I think that's one of the most humbling aspects of being an astronaut is realizing how many people support an endeavor like this.
As we watched the side hatch getting closed, note that we are at T-minus 2 hours and 16 minutes and counting from liftoff of the Falcon 9 from Space Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. To bring you up to speed, if you're just joining us, Crew 9 is currently inside Dragon Freedom. It's a crew of 2 today. Commander Nick Hague. It's his second flight to the International Space Station. And we also have a first-time flyer on this mission, Mission Specialist Alexander Gorbanov. So far, they have completed their comm checks and making sure they can communicate with the teams here on the ground. You see the technicians on the outside on the left screen working to close the hatch, but they got to make sure that seal is clean first and documented. And on the right-hand side, we see our 2 crew members. Their seats have rotated from upright to their reclined launch position, which allows them to see and access their display panels. They have also completed their suit leak checks to make sure their spacesuits are working properly, and we got a good confirmation of that. The closeout lead verified the cabin environment was good, and they all exited or I should say egressed the spacecraft and began their procedures to close the side hatch of the Dragon spacecraft.
Misschien is het even leuk om naar een documentje van NASA te kijken. Dit is de
If
close-out
you've been watching us since we came
checklist.
on the air at 9:10 a.m. Eastern Time, I'm NASA's Daryl Nail with NASA astronaut Zena Cardman. And we're providing you audio commentary right now, but we will expand our live coverage around 12 p.m. Eastern when we will come on camera and invite additional commentators to walk us through today's launch and ascent.
Dit is het
It's going
document.
to be a really exciting day here. We're a little over 2 hours from launch. And I am just so excited to be here with you, Daryl. This is a crew I know really well. I'm excited to watch them launch to the International Space Station today.
And we couldn't be happier to have you, Zena, here as well. You trained with this crew, you know this crew, and you have great insight, and we appreciate you sharing that with the audience.
Absolutely, yeah. These two especially feel like not only colleagues, but family and friends. We've been working really hard together for about the last year and a half, getting ready for this mission. And as we've said before, it takes a huge team of people to make a space flight like this happen. I'm proud to be one of them.
And Dragon, we're doing final photo verifications on the side hatch seals. We'll let you know when we're stepping in the side hatch closure.
Ze checken de foto's die gemaakt zijn van de side hatch.
Freedom copies, thanks.
Of er geen haar tussen zit of iets anders. Een muis. Of een vogel. Op dit moment in Mission Control worden die foto's gecheckt. Als de deur helemaal
The
schoon
hardest
is,
parts for crew at this point in the countdown to
mag
launch
die
is
dicht.
just waiting. Yep. Yeah, you'll see some crews play games amongst themselves, almost like road trip games.
Thomas Pesquet, he was, I remember it during his launch, and the number escapes me, but they were playing some games.
I remember training with Crew 4 and playing some word games with them. Where you,
yeah.
try
Ja.
to guess your crewmates to guess the word.
Het is
Almost taboo
veel wachten.
style.
There's some waves from our crew.
Daar gaat hij.
Waving goodbye to their closeout team, and this is...
There they go.
And Dragon, side hatch is coming closed. Expect a state machine transition to pad hatch close shortly.
a big moment during the launch countdown.
Freedom copies.
And that state machine transition that they mention is the flight computer state on board the Dragon. So that software is transitioning now to a state where the vehicle knows its side hatch is closed.
What does it feel like and what does it sound like when they close that hatch?
It's really difficult to hear the hatch itself closing. At this point, the crew are in their suits with their visors down and their earpieces are in. And so you really are getting only muffled sounds from the outside world.
Do you get like a little pressure change? You know, when you seal something up like that
Yeah,
sometimes?
you know, not that I have actually noticed. Not significant enough to make my ears notice.
Okay.
Als astronauten horen er eigenlijk niks van. Dat die deur dicht gaat. En er is ook geen pressure change. Geen, je voelt geen de druk als die deur dicht gaat als astronaut. Maar die zitten daar natuurlijk ook met hun
As they're working to
helmen
secure
op.
that hatch.
Oortjes in.
Let's talk a little bit about the crew. And we'll start with Nick Hague. He's a U.S. Space Force colonel, and he is the Crew 9 commander today. He was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013. This will be his second space flight to the International Space Station. In 2018, he and his Soyuz crewmate experienced a catastrophic rocket booster malfunction after launch. They were forced to abort, but landed safely. 5 months later, Hague launched on another Soyuz and served as flight engineer for Expeditions 59 and 60. He spent a total of 203 days in space and performed 3 spacewalks. The Kansas native is a test pilot and a distinguished graduate of the United States Air Force Academy. Nick spent 5 months in Iraq in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. He voluntarily transferred from the United States Air Force to the U.S. Space Force in 2021 and is an active colonel. His wife, Katie, is a retired U.S. Air Force colonel, and they have 2 sons.
Absolutely. Nick is an amazingly qualified astronaut. He's brilliant. He basically taught orbital dynamics, actually, at the Academy. So he's quite smart, but he's also incredibly kind, a really thoughtful teammate. He's the kind of person when you're out doing some training in the field in a very cold winter environment who is up late boiling water so that his teammates can have a hot thermos before they go to bed.
Oh, wow.
Really thoughtful teammate. I absolutely loved
Dragon,
doing.
we are commencing health checks for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary state change followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
Okay. Progressing along
And
nicely.
Freedom copies. Thanks for the heads up.
It's an expected call from the core, the communicator Shiva in Hawthorne. I really loved doing spacewalk training with Nick. He's a veteran of multiple spacewalks, and so for myself, a rookie of both spaceflight and spacewalks, it was incredibly valuable to get to train with him. He's the kind of person where if you have stored one of your bits for one of the tools in a difficult to reach location and you're sitting there struggling, he's just reaching over and helping you retrieve it and has put it on your tool before you can even think to complain out loud. Exactly.
Wow.
Great teammate.
And in this configuration today, he has a lot to be thinking about, to your point there. He is commander, but he's also does not have a pilot per se. He has a fellow crewmate, mission specialist, who's sitting in the pilot seat, but he's not trained to be a pilot today. So more responsibility is on Nick in this position.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He's really in a mindset today of being both spacecraft commander and pilot. Alex Gorbanov, our crewmate there, who would normally be sitting in the seat all the way to your left, is moved over. We specifically wanted him at the displays so that he can help Nick monitor and be value added as able. But it takes, as you know, many months of training to be fully qualified as a pilot. And so Nick is taking on a lot of responsibility today. He is well qualified for the job.
Speaking of Gorbanov, he is our mission specialist today and a first-time flyer. So Nick will get to see his reaction as he goes into space for the first time. He studied engineering with qualifications in spacecraft and upper stages from the Moscow Aviation Institute. Gorbanov graduated from the military department with a specialty in operation and repair of aircraft, helicopters, and aircraft engines. Before his cosmonaut selection in 2018, he worked as an engineer for a Rocket Space Corporation and helped support cargo spacecraft launches from the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
Alex is a brilliant engineer. He's always got really insightful questions. I've loved getting to train with him, especially because he has experience with other types of spacecraft.
And knows a lot about it.
Absolutely. Yes, he was trained in the mission specialist role. He was always very engaged, asking thoughtful questions, keeping track of procedures.
One note on that storm that we were telling you about that is now here. You can see it on your screen there, and the raindrops hitting the lens. So it is raining at the launch site right now. It's
some classic Florida weather for you.
It certainly is.
Nice and sunny before. Here we are.
That's right. And we're expected to bounce back and forth between rain and calm conditions, according to the launch weather officer. So this was not unexpected. It was part of the probability of violation. You can even see the raindrops falling past the crew access arm. So the pad's getting a nice dousing, a nice soaking out there, but not to worry about any of the hardware out there. The rain itself is not an issue. So far, there haven't been any lightning strikes detected in this cell that is currently over top of us, so that's good. But it is moving. It's moving about 20 knots to the northeast. It passed over Florida on its way to us. And we've heard the SpaceX launch director communicating with our launch weather officer for today, Brian Cizik, about this storm. So they've been tracking it the whole way. And it's worth noting, even as we're getting a little rain, that as once hurricane has now been downgraded, Hurricane Helene passed over a few days ago, it left this, which is a stalled boundary over the middle of the state of Florida. And you can see there, it's really bubbling up to the southwest and then funneling over top of us. We're expecting spotty showers off and on through the rest of this countdown. But what is really going to matter is, excuse me, what the weather is at just before T-minus 35 minutes, so around the T-minus 50 to 45 mark, where they'll look at this weather and be able to predict whether or not there will be storms at T0. At this point, it's a little tough to call, but here's a wider view of the weather out here at the Cape.
Yeah, with really patchy weather like this, it can be hard to predict exactly what's going to be right over your rocket at T0. So we will keep our fingers crossed for today, but of course our goal is to launch when it is safe to launch. So we will be keeping an eye on this weather as we get closer to T0 just over 2 hours from now.
Het wordt spannend met het weer.
We're currently at T-minus 2 hours and 2 minutes and counting until the liftoff of NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 mission.
Storm komt richting de Space Coast.
Inside of Dragon Freedom.
Op het Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. They are headed to the International Space Station to help maintain the orbiting lab as well as conduct science, critical science that benefits all of us. Both Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov will...
De wolken en de storm die komt vanuit het westen Florida binnen. Op dit moment.
The International Space Station. There you can see the complete Crew 9 crew. Again, once on board the International Space Station, they will conduct plenty of science experiments, research, technology demonstrations, and perform maintenance activities.
De twee linkerastronauten op de foto die je net zag, die zitten nu rechts in je beeld. En de twee aan de rechterkant, die je net in de foto zag, zijn in het International Space Station en gaan mee terug. Over 5 maanden. Eind februari.
And we've had a real smooth countdown so far. The astronauts woke up. They were treated to a light breakfast. And they got their weather brief, understood the conditions. We're 45% probability of violation for liftoff. Moderate conditions along the ascent corridor. After the weather brief, they proceeded to get suited up. And then they jumped into their Teslas, drove out to the pad, ascended the launch tower.
SpaceX, we had a good side hatch leak check.
Climbed into their capsule, climbed into Dragon Freedom.
Copies. Good side hatch leak check.
Good news on that leak check.
And just shut the door.
That's right.
So another big milestone complete.
Things going really smoothly.
Up next at T-minus 1 hour and 54 minutes, just about 6 minutes from now, they'll reset the crew arm, GSE, for launch. GSE.
Ground support equipment. And so the crew access arm, you can see it on the left-hand side of the screen there, is kind of the breezeway going from the launch tower to the Dragon capsule, which is how the crew get inside. And before launch, of course, that crew access arm will need to be retracted so that the rocket can depart the ground.
And we'll get to see that first time that crew access arm will pull away from a Dragon with 2 astronauts on board at this launch complex. The first time ever.
First time launching humans from Complex 40. It's an exciting day.
It is indeed a historic day. We're coming up on 1 hour and 59 minutes and counting.
Definitely see some clouds rolling through on the left-hand side there, but it's definitely worth giving it a try, just in case we get that
Dragon
launch.
SpaceX for post-ingress briefing.
Good window of weather at launch time 0.
Freedom's with you.
Dragon, so good news is we've got a healthy pad, Dragon is healthy, and Falcon is looking good. The story remains weather, as previously briefed. We're watching radar data in real time. Currently, we'd be no-go to launch, but we think there's a real shot of getting a clearing in the weather around T-0, and the ascent weather continues to look good, so we've got a chance of going to space today. We'll check in as we have more updates. How copy?
Freedom copies. Good pad, good vehicle. And you're saying there's a chance with the weather. Outstanding.
So they just got their crew brief from SpaceX, and mostly good, except for the weather. But as Nick Hague just pointed to the positive side of things.
So you're
sounds
saying
like
there's a chance.
That's right, exactly.
That's right.
Well, from that left-hand side, you can certainly see it. It's a small storm with rain on the left-hand, left part of the screen, and a little more of a clearing area on the right hand. That is exactly how it is on radar.
Yep, we've got some patchy weather rolling through, but it sounds like the vehicle itself is in great shape. That launch countdown going really smoothly. Hatch closure right on time with a good leak check. The suits are in a good configuration. Crew members are doing well. So we'll just keep hoping for a good weather window just under 2 hours from now. And of course, we'll have a big decision point before we start to put fuel on board the rocket, because that's something that's harder to back away from once we start that process. So we really want to commit thinking that there is a very good positive shot of launching today before we start fueling the rocket.
That's right, because when that fueling operation begins, it's all very tightly choreographed. It's autonomous. All of the procedures, the flowing of the propellants, they're automated. It all happens. So it kicks off at T-minus 35 minutes and rolls all the way to that T0, locking in that exact second for launch.
Absolutely. And for the crew, it's a little bit different for every rocket, but for Falcon, the way we would do that is we would actually take all of that fuel that we've loaded onto the vehicle and take it off of the vehicle before the crew themselves would get out of their Dragon capsule. But weather scrubs certainly happen. Of course, we don't want to launch if the weather doesn't say it's a good day to launch.
Throughout the broadcast, we've been engaging you, the viewer, handing off your questions to Zena Cardman, NASA astronaut, through the hashtag AskNASA on Facebook, X, YouTube, and Twitch. And so we've got another question now from Santosh. See, want to be accurate with the pronunciation. Santosh on X asks, do they, astronauts, eat something before liftoff to space?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a long journey. These astronauts will be on a roughly 28-hour ride from the ground here to the International Space Station. Of course, they can eat while they're on board the Dragon spacecraft, but today is a long day, so they do have some breakfast. But their bigger meal was dinner last night.
Yeah.
And we have an amazing support staff in crew quarters where these crew have been quarantining for the last week. And you actually get to put in some requests for a special meal of your choosing for that. We call it the ultimate meal.
And the chefs here are amazing. I hear they can make just about
questions and answers over het eten van de astronauten.
And we have those people in place because the crew are in quarantine, and so we really want to keep them healthy and make sure that all of the food that they're eating is not going to be one barrier of many little puzzle pieces that all have to come together on this launch day.
Right. You wouldn't want any food poisoning happening, any kind of shaking, any kind of chance
no,
with
indeed.
the food.
No, indeed.
Not on this day.
Absolutely.
And probably good to get a really good meal as your last meal on Earth, because space food is different.
Yeah, it's different. It's actually, in my opinion, really quite good. I've had a chance to try a lot of it. Of course, everybody's different. Some people are more food motivated than others. And for crew members like Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams, they didn't necessarily have exactly the menu that they would have chosen for this longer than expected mission. And so we all have to learn to be flexible and share our food with each other. But the ability to have a hot meal that you can share with your friends and colleagues is still really, really amazing for morale when you're in space. For their free flight on the way to the space station, they will, of course, have food in their Dragon capsule, but they don't have a way to heat it up, and so they'll be eating room temperature food, which is better than nothing.
So if you're a severe foodie, space food will be an adjustment. I can imagine.
Yes.
That's something you can live with for 6 months.
Absolutely.
I certainly would.
Yes.
We've got another question now. K Aerospace asks on X, how does the astronaut underwater training significantly simulate in-space conditions and microgravity?
Yeah, so being weightless is actually pretty similar in some ways to floating underwater. And it's really difficult to find an environment here on Earth where you could be weightless, but floating in a pool is a great way to practice. One difference is that, unlike in space, underwater in a swimming pool, you experience water drag. And so that can be both a blessing and a curse. In the swimming pool, it is really difficult to get moving, but it's pretty easy to slow down. Whereas if you're doing a spacewalk on the International Space Station, it's pretty easy to get going, but it can be harder to stop. So you have to really think ahead and remember to decelerate yourself. The spacesuits that we use for doing spacewalks, unlike these launch and landing suits that you see Nick and Alexander wearing today, they weigh about 350 pounds. So, and of course that's on Earth. They're weightless in space, but they still have mass, and so they still have inertia. So it's really, really valuable to get to train for those spacewalks here on Earth. Getting to know all of the procedures, all of the equipment, and how to move in a spacesuit that doesn't necessarily move exactly like your body does.
And there's an extra spacesuit going up on board this Crew 9 Dragon today, and that is the SpaceX spacesuit for Butch Wilmore.
That's right. Yeah, there is one already on board that Sunny has tried on, and we're sending up an additional one for Butch Wilmore, and that is so that when they come back home on this Crew 9 Dragon capsule, they will, just like Alexander and Nick, have a way to connect to the communications and the life support
Er
system.
gaat een extra spacesuit mee voor Butch Wilmore. Eerder is al een extra voor Sunny Williams naar boven gegaan om te testen. De test is goed gegaan. En er komt nu een tweede spacesuit mee. En dat zijn geavanceerde dingen.
Ramji, who is live there at Johnson Space Center. Nilüfer, good afternoon.
Houston.
Hey, good afternoon, Daryl. Thanks so much. This is Mission Control Houston here in the International Space Station's Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center. The team continues to prepare for launch, and it's led by Flight Director Nicole McElroy. Assuming weather is acceptable for launch, we will be launching the 9th rotational crew mission to the International Space Station under the agency's commercial crew program. So about 3 weeks ago, the port where Crew 9 will dock was vacated by Boeing Starliner as part of the agency's crew flight test. Teams safely returned the uncrewed Starliner to Earth following a landing on September 6th at the White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico.
Well,
the spacecraft concluded its 3-month flight test to the International Space Station. Now, with the arrival of Crew 9, Dragon Freedom will be Butch and Sunny's ride home in February, as you said. Right now, the Crew 8 Dragon has been reconfigured so that Butch and Sunny have 2 seats available for them in the event of an emergency aboard station. The arrival of NASA astronaut Don Pettit and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner earlier this month, and the departure of the Soyuz MS-25 on Monday with NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson coming home marks the commencement of Expedition 72, led by the new commander, Sunny Williams. So we currently have 9 people living and working aboard the space station, and that number will be bumped up to 11 for just about a week. During that time, Haig and Gorbanov will go over handover procedures with Crew 8, which includes a safety briefing and orientation. Then they're going to jump right in and help advance scientific knowledge and demonstrate new technologies supporting our efforts preparing for human missions to the moon. Following the week-long handover, the Crew 8 members, which include NASA astronauts Commander Matthew Dominic, pilot Michael Barrett, and mission specialists Jeanette Epps, alongside Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Grabenkin, will prepare for their undocking no earlier than October 7th. Direct handovers between crews allow for continuity of the activities and helps to ensure a continuous U.S. presence on the space station now 23 years and counting. And now, with under 2 hours before launch, we're going to send it back to you, Daryl, at Kennedy.
Dat was
Thank you very much, Nilifer.
Houston. Jennifer in Houston, Mission Control.
Mission Control in Houston.
Die nemen het over als de lancering
ready for the arrival of
gelukt is.
Crew 9,
vanuit Florida.
Dick Haig en cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov.
Alles ziet er goed uit, alleen het weer is nog een factor van onzekerheid.
We're launching today from Space Launch Complex 40. And it's a historic day, should we?
Ja, eerste keer met
be
mensen.
Able to get a launch off through the weather. Slick 40 previously hosted NASA missions NG-20, CRS-30, and NG-21. Those are cargo resupply missions.
Launchpad 40 is
SpaceX
alleen maar
for almost about 2 years to get
gebruikt voor cargo missies,
for human space,
maar nog nooit voor menselijke bemande vluchten.
It's a long process.
Dat is de eerste keer, dus een historisch moment.
NASA walked alongside of SpaceX through those years of building out the infrastructure and making the necessary upgrades, not the least of which was the crew access arm, which you see there on your screen. Made some upgrades to that crew access arm that has 3 hydraulic motors instead of a linkage. The arm is 7 feet longer than the one at pad 39A. It's got a larger white room. It's built different, stiffened plate construction instead of truss. And the arm, you can't really tell from this shot, but it is horizontal and perpendicular to Dragon versus coming in at an angle. And this pad is also just a little bit farther away from the water that you see there in the background, the Atlantic Ocean. And that calculation has to be taken into account for the if there were to be an emergency egress. That capsule would come right off the top of the rocket and go out over into the Atlantic and come down under parachutes. Well, that's a different trip from that location than it is from 39A even. So there's a lot that went into even some small things that you might not think of. Even the launch azimuth is slightly different from, and
Yes.
I mean, we're only, what, a half mile, a mile away?
That's exactly right. Little details like that matter when you're trying to get from the ground all the way to the
Dragon
International
SpaceX,
Space Center.
the closeout team has departed the crew arm and is on their way back.
We zien de arm
Freedom copies, and if they're listening, thank you guys.
die zich gaat terugtrekken
Kind
met
words there.
We'll relay to them.
3 hydraulische motoren.
Crew who have strapped them in to their Dragon Freedom, closed the side hatch, and now leaving these two as the only one who will be on the pad for launch.
Duurt even, maar dan heb
It's a
je ook wat.
lonely place, but you do have your crewmate there.
Absolutely. Yeah, it might seem, but you know how many people have been rooting for you the whole way, prepared you for this day, and are there supporting you for liftoff. So we have an enormous team of people here at Kennedy Space Center, in Mission Control Hawthorne, in California, and in Mission Control Houston in Texas.
Oké, de volgende grootste stap is het vertrekken van de arm. Volgens mij zie ik het al een beetje bewegen, maar het gaat
Let's talk a little bit about the
extreem
patch. We
langzaam.
mentioned that at the top of the broadcast. It's a very special patch. One of the first tasks Crew 9 did was design this patch. This is their mission patch. It has since been modified, though, due to changes in this mission. And as you're looking at it here, you can see that it shows the trail of a rocket launching to the International Space Station with the constellation Draco honoring the Dragon spacecraft that will take the crew there.
Elke missie heeft een missiepatch
You mentioned earlier, coastal waves representing our
met symbolen die te maken hebben met de missie.
linking all continents. You also see a Falcon with a number 9 on its beak and a crescent moon as its eye, a nod to the Falcon 9 rocket. And the Delta symbol at the bottom there, used since 1961, signifies historic connections to the earliest days of space ventures. And you had a hand, you and your team, when
De
you were
Falcon
part of the
9,
crew who designed it.
de constellation en onderin het symbool voor historische significantie.
Crew and the teams who prepare us for the mission,
Omdat dit de eerste menselijke vlucht is vanaf Launch Station Launchpad 40.
able to include meaningful symbols, even some of the colors that we used for the patch. The gold and the red, the black and the white are a nod to the maritime signaling flag for the number 9, another little piece of trivia. So there's so much symbolism that goes into a patch like this, and a patch that I've been really proud to wear on my shoulder for the last year and a half. It's a little bit modified today, as you mentioned, Daryl. It's been modified to have no names on the patch. Previously, we had the names of the 4 launching crew members across the top there. But as we have modified this mission to save 2 seats for Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams on the downhill, we removed the names from the patch, and this was a gesture to, it's not just the people on the rocket who are a part of this mission. It takes an entire team to include my crewmate Stephanie Wilson, myself, and all of the people who have gotten Nick and Alexander ready for this launch today. So I'm really, really honored to see that patch that they've represented. We've seen it several times here on launch day in the operations and checkout building as they were walking out to the Teslas, and we've seen it many times throughout this launch day. And great seeing Nick and Alex ready there. We are doing well on the timeline. The Dragon capsule is in great shape. The hatch is closed with a good leak check. Their suits are closed with a good leak check. Everything's in a good configuration. We are just standing by
For the weather.
Monitoring the weather.
Yeah.
As we continue to progress towards T0 in an hour and 40 minutes.
Alles is goed. Alles gaat goed. De leak checks zijn goed. De hatch closing was goed. De arm wordt zo retracted. Alleen het weer kan een partypoeper worden nog. Want er komen wolken binnen in Florida. Het regent al zelfs op de Space Coast. En er zit meer aan te komen. En de vraag is... T-0 in 1 uur en 39 minuten en 46 seconden. Hoe het weer dan is. Als het opklaart, hebben we geluk.
Get a little more dynamic in just over half an hour from now as we get ready to do final checks before we put any fuel on board the Falcon 9 rocket.
Nog een aantal checks en dan...
Because we have some extra buffer built into the timeline for things like the side hatch leak check. We're in great shape.
En dan wordt er getankt.
And the number one job of the crew right now is to just be mellow and be ready. You might see them wiggling their toes a little bit in their boots, keeping their legs from falling asleep as they're in this position. It's a long time to be lying on your back.
Doe ik elke nacht.
You can see Nick Hague on the right there. He's reaching up, interacting with his displays a little bit. It's a great time to read through some of the procedures and cue cards that we have. These are all procedures that the crew have rehearsed many, many times before. But since they've got some extra bandwidth in the timeline right now, it's a great time to review all that material. So that when things get a little busier, they are fully ready to go.
Ready to go.
So relaxed in this moment that I get a little shut-eye.
This is true, yeah. We have certainly seen more than one crew member take a little bit of a snooze on the launch pad.
But you know you're comfortable and confident if
exactly.
you can do that.
Absolutely, yeah. It's easy to laugh at, but I think it's also a great indication of how calm and confident the crew are in the team and in the vehicle. They will definitely wake up when it's time to go. But doesn't look like any shut-eye for Nick or Alex today.
No. Yeah, nothing like a launch to get the blood flowing.
Absolutely, yep.
Well, this crew, they both got to bring on some special items from Earth to space. A few personal items for their roughly 5-month stay. And for this particular crew, here's a few of the items that they're taking up in space with them. Nick Hague, on the right, is taking a Space Force flag with him. It's, of course, something different than what he took the last time because Space Force, well, it didn't even exist last time he flew. Nick said it's a privilege, though, to support all Guardians, the Space Force Guardians, who support human spaceflight and keep the crew safe by watching the skies and the cosmos every day.
Absolutely, and it's really exciting as well because Nick and Alex, as Crew 9, will be taking off from Pad 40, which is actually on the Space Force base.
Great note there. Great tie-in. For Alexander, he has pictures of his family and friends and other personal items excuse me, that represent different milestones of his life. They include the patch of his 2018 class and the flag of the higher education institution where he graduated from back in 2014. And during interviews on board the ISS that we see from time to time, you will see some of the astronauts bearing the collegiate paraphernalia, maybe a sweater or a flag or something.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's a common theme. Of course, everyone feels an allegiance to their alma mater or to their hometown. It's part of what makes us who we are, which is really a huge, important part of the reason why we make it to the International Space Station. We're bringing with us not only our professional backgrounds, but this incredible personal history.
T-minus 1 hour and 34 minutes and counting. We are just 4 minutes away from doing a health check on the launch escape system. The ISS at T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Test.
You will see some of, we'll hear that called out and communicated with the crew inside. Maybe a sweater or a flag or something.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's a common theme. Of course, everyone feels an allegiance
As Crew
to
9
their alma
launches
mater
today,
or to their
we get a
hometown.
launch.
Part
That
of
only means
what
that
makes
Crew
us who
8,
we are, which is
it will be their
really
turn
a huge,
to come
important
home.
Part of the reason why we make it to That's the International exactly Space right. Station. I know. There's a picture of Crew 8.
Yeah, this is them as they walked out.
Many
NASA.
months ago.
Yeah. Matt Dominic, Michael Barrett, Jeanette Epps, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gurbenkin. There you see him launching from the Space Center, and then, of course, they've been living and working on the space station now for 6 months. Once Crew 9 arrives, there will be what's called a handover for about 5 to 7 days, and then Crew 8 will undock.
Yeah, absolutely. That handover period is really, really useful. I mean, you can train for months and in most cases years to live and work on the International Space Station, but it's really hard to know exactly what it's like until you get there. So for rookie flyers, first-time flyers, that handover period is a great time to get a lot of advice from the people who are the experts who have been there most recently. And even for a veteran flyer, someone like Nick Hague, this is not his first trip to the International Space Station, so in many ways he's an absolute expert. But the International Space Station is changing and evolving constantly. So it's a great time to get to know what is new on the space station, what little quirks have changed, stowage locations, how things are working now, and a great chance to get that institutional knowledge from the people who have spent the last many months there.
Als je het inschakelt, we kijken naar
is anxious for
de lancering van de Falcon 9 raket van SpaceX.
A long and successful mission that's actually a little bit longer than even they anticipated.
Indeed, and a little longer.
Een astronaut en een cosmonaut vliegen naar het International Space Station over een uurtje en een half, 1,5 uur.
Dragons deconfigured from what they were, where Crew 8 was configured.
Historische lancering vanaf Launchpad 40 van het Kennedy Space Center. Die bestaat al sinds de Apollo-tijd. Er zijn heel veel lanceringen van gedaan, maar nog nooit met mensen aan boord. Dus de eerste bemande vlucht vanaf Launchpad 40 in de historie. Daar kijken we naar. Alles gaat smooth, alles klopt. Geen dealbreakers, behalve het weer is nog onzeker. Dus we houden dat weer in de gaten. Er zijn wat storms die invliegen vanuit het westen. En straks bij het Kennedy Space Center aankomen. En de vraag is even, zijn die erg genoeg voor een scrub of gaan we gewoon lanceren? De kans was net nog 55% dat het doorgaat en 45% dat het toch een annulering wordt. En we wachten nu op het retracten van de arm.
Butch and Sunny
Launch
home
Pad 40,
in suits
Kennedy Space Center.
with seats so that they have all of the life support systems and communications that you normally would in a spacecraft.
As we've been counting down, we've been paying close attention to the weather. Got another update here. Now you can see, well, there's quite a few storms in the area. We're right there at the Cape in the middle, dead middle of the screen. You see the outline of the state of Florida. We've got moisture that has been flowing over the state of Florida throughout the countdown today, and it's bringing with it some storm clouds. Our current probability of violation is at 45%, according to the launch weather officer, and that's the reason why. All of this is a remnant from Hurricane Helene's passage through and over the Gulf, which our thoughts and prayers are very much with the people who have been severely impacted by that storm, not only the Gulf of Florida, but also Georgia, North Carolina, and up into Kentucky, with some of the flooding that they've been dealing with, and some of the tragic loss of life as well. The conditions aren't they were not as nearly bad here. Had some winds in the area, but we're still seeing the effects of that storm having passed through from a meteorological standpoint, and this has left us with a band stalled out with moisture over the state that's firing up some storms. But all we need is just a little gap.
Klein beetje rechtsboven van het midden zag je de Space Coast. Er komt regen aan vanuit het westen.
It was dry all around. But as I looked off into the distance, about a mile away, got a little rain coming down. So it's very spotty.
Komt tot regen aan. Regen hoeft geen reden te zijn om de lancering te cancelen.
We got an update from the core that said
Maar het probleem is dat de hele oostkust, daar zijn namelijk de noodlandingslocaties, dat daar ook het weer goed is. Dus het is niet alleen het weer in Florida wat bepaalt of we gaan lanceren, maar ook op al die noodlandingslocaties moet het weer goed zijn, anders is het een no-go. Het laatste wat ik hoorde is dat de kans 54% is dat de lancering gewoon door kan gaan. Voor de rest gaat alles smooth en volgens het boekje.
You're looking inside the Dragon Freedom. This is the spacecraft that will take Crew 9 up into space, and there's a look at it from the outside. It is the capsule's 4th space flight. Freedom's first flight was Crew 4 and also supported private missions Axiom 2 and 3. Freedom was given its name by that man right there, Commander Kjell Lindgren, who said the name celebrates a fundamental human right and the industry and innovation that arises from the unencumbered human spirit. So far, Freedom has totaled 201 days in space. It will, of course, add to that number once it launches with Crew 9 on board and docks to the International Space Station.
One of my favorite things about a reusable capsule and reusable rockets like this is that you get to enjoy some of the history of that vehicle. A lot of the spaceships that we fly now are named after previous spaceships, which were named after research vessels. But this one is new and unique. What an amazing vehicle to get to fly in. This is actually the only Dragon that I have ever been in, but I've been in it twice. Once for Crew 4 launch and once at CEIT, which is kind of a test drive where we get inside the flight vehicle for Crew 9.
And do they have some of their stickers up from previous flights?
They do. You may notice that behind Alex Gorbanov's head, just off to the left of the screen there.
I see it.
Not necessarily something we are supposed to do.
Oh. Xena has called you out, Crew 4.
Well, I can also say if I were in that spacecraft, I would be adding a Crew 9 sticker right there.
There
so.
you go. There you go. I mean, yeah, puts a little, mark there on the capsule, and I mean,
Mark on the
you
capsule.
spend so much time in it, the training, the flight. It's with you there on orbit.
Yeah, I mean, this place starts to feel like home. Absolutely.
Links in beeld een shot vanaf de lanceerinrichting. En rechts
We're still about 40 minutes away from the go, no-go for propellant loading on the vehicle, which will be a big decision point for us today as we continue to watch this weather window here at the pad.
rechts de astronauten.
Yeah, that's the big one.
Over 40 minuten een go of no-go of het laden van de propellant fuel
is now out at sea.
doorgaat.
Dumped a little rain here at the space complex, but it is now almost completely offshore. There's more behind it, but we've got a nice little gap between the storms that just passed and the ones that are coming along the way. We can see them coming. They're about halfway past the state. Halfway, I guess, passing over the state.
Yes, indeed. It's actually really amazing to see the sun is starting to come out. You can see that on the left screen there, but you can actually also see it hitting Alex Gorbanov's right knee as it's coming through the Dragoncraft window. Great reminder that they are, for now, still on Earth.
Het regent een beetje in Florida. Er komt meer regen aan, maar er zit een tijd tussen waarin we kunnen lanceren. Dat is het goede nieuws. Het slechte nieuws is dat ook alle noodlandingslocaties goed weer moeten hebben.
This is certainly not the first time it's been down to the wire for weather on a launch. I remember being here for Demo 2, the first Crew Dragon launch.
Oh, yeah.
We got so close.
There was a weather scrub.
That's right.
Weather scrub? What?
And then I believe on the second attempt even, there was also a storm cloud that was in the area, came
Oh,
into
no.
the
Absolutely, yeah.
the zone of...
That first attempt, I thought we were going to go and we didn't. That second attempt, I thought we wouldn't go and we did.
That's exactly right. That's exactly how it played out.
So it goes.
Thought the same thing.
Yep.
Luister naar commentaar
Well, we just got a
van
few
NASA.
minutes before we welcome in our teams from our broadcast teams from SpaceX in California and Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. And before that happens, though, how about we take another social question?
Een social question, let's do it. Ga ik even aan de kant.
If you want to submit your question, you can do so on the platforms Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch. Just use the hashtag AskNASA, and we will be able to see it. Like this question that we got from Future on X, who asked, my son Ryan, who is 8 years old, asks, can NASA take this rocket to the moon next?
Oh, that's a great question. We will be taking a different rocket than this one for our return to the moon with the Artemis missions. You'll notice rockets that took the Apollo astronauts to the moon were a little bit larger than this one. A 3-stage rocket, the Saturn V rocket. It's quite a bit more delta V, or ability to move mass from the surface of the Earth to somewhere really, really far away, like the moon. Actually requires a lot more propellant, a lot more power. So we won't be taking the Falcon 9, but SpaceX is certainly involved in developing their own heavy lift rocket, the Starship, which will be part of the infrastructure of the Artemis missions. So the current CONOPS, or the current way we're going to do this, is that crew, the astronauts, are going to take off from Earth on a NASA rocket in an Orion capsule, and then a different rocket, the Starship, will rendezvous with those NASA crew members and then take them to the lunar surface.
Part of the human landing system that we've contracted with SpaceX to provide that descent down to the lunar surface. And the rocket you mentioned, Space Launch System. We currently have the segments for that rocket here at the Kennedy Space Center in our complex around the VAB, or Vehicle Assembly Building. It's all part of the Artemis program, NASA's program to return to the moon, put the first woman and person of color on the surface of the moon. So we have time to slip in another comment from Zena, I was going to say. About just the history of the flight today. This is a crew of 2 versus a crew of 4, and that was changed in order to provide seats, which you can see there on the left and the right. They're empty. Those seats will be filled by Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams when they return about 5 months from now.
That's right. This is a crew of 2, although we spent the last 18 months or so training as a crew of 4. My crewmate Stephanie Wilson and I are very much alongside Nick Hague and Alex Gorbunov as they prepare for liftoff today. It takes a whole team, and so even though we will not be leaving Earth today, I am really proud to have been part of this team getting them ready. It's a huge collaborative effort, and it's something that I feel really humbled and honored to be a part of.
Nog 1 uur en 17 minuten en 45 seconden.
Away now from our joint coverage with SpaceX.
Over een half uur de go of no go voor het tanken, of dat doorgaat.
Closer.
That's right. Liftoff currently at 1:17 and 21 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Good afternoon. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, and I'm joining you here from the Kennedy Space Center, and this is NASA astronaut Zena Cardman, who has been gracious to spend the last 3 hours with us as we count down to the launch of Dragon spacecraft Freedom, sitting on top of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. Liftoff time is still holding for 1:17 p.m. Eastern Time. You're watching live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 9th rotational flight to the International Space Station. NASA astronaut Nick Hague and cosmonaut Alexander Gorbunov will be launching from Space Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station right here in Florida in a little over an hour. Once both of them get to station, they will join flight engineers Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams as part of Expedition 72 and other crew members already on station. Butch and Sonny arrived to the International Space Station on a Starliner test flight back in June. But after experiencing some technical issues with Starliner, NASA extended Butch and Sonny's stay to about 8 months after prioritizing safety by including them in Crew 9 and bringing them back on a Dragon capsule. As you can imagine, they are awaiting both Nick and Alexander to join them on station. You trained with this crew. You were at one time the commander of this crew, but it had to change due to the decision made to prioritize the safety of Butch and Sonny. What are your thoughts about just that change? What was your reaction when you heard about it, and How have you been carrying yourself forward in that moment?
Yeah, Daryl, it's complex, but so is spaceflight. Butch and Sunny are both test pilots, and they were on a test mission for that Starliner spacecraft. And so I think it's actually really valuable experience that we've gotten and a lot of great data, but we always prioritize the safety of the crew. And so even though we were all grateful to see that spacecraft land safely without crew on board, I personally think it's a good decision to always prioritize safety of the crew members. And Butch and Sunny are professionals who are well prepared. They are previous space flyers who have spent time on the space station before. So they're doing great work on board the space station now.
And you're quite the professional as well, Zena, caring not only about your team and supporting them as they've continued to make these changes, but also being here with us to walk us through the milestones as we get ready for launch.
Yeah,
Let's take
my
you.
pleasure.
Yes, absolutely. Let's take you through Crew 9's launch day preparations so far this morning. After waking up and having a bite to eat, SpaceX helped Nick and Alexander into their suits inside historic crew quarters suit-up room. They also played a card game, a tradition, to beat the commander, to use up all his bad luck before the flight. Then the crew followed in the same footsteps as every NASA astronaut since Apollo 7 in 1968, walking out to greet a crowd of family and friends.
Freedom's with you.
Dragon, just wanted to check in. Falcon and Dragon are still looking healthy for a launch attempt today. We're still watching the real-time weather for conditions at the T0. Ascent corridor does still remain go based on the latest forecasts. At this time, we are trending to continue, and we expect to have the next update around the T-minus 1 hour mark. How copy?
And Freedom copies. Ascent corridor is good, and we're just looking at local weather. We'll get an update at the T-minus 1 hour, and crew's doing good.
Great to hear.
Well, there you got the update. We got to listen in as SpaceX updated the crew right there, Crew 9 inside their capsule. And just to complete the thought, you see them now. The crew drove out to the pad. They ingressed the capsule, and they got buckled in, had their suits pressure checked, and are in good shape for launch at this moment. So at this time, we are expanding our coverage and would like to welcome SpaceX and NASA commentators joining us live from Hawthorne, California. Welcome to Leah and Atticus.
Thanks, Daryl, and hello to those of you joining us today. I'm Leah Cheshire with NASA Communications.
And I'm Atticus Federa, a propulsion engineer here at SpaceX. We are excited to be joining you from Mission Control here in Hawthorne as we count down to liftoff of Crew 9 just over an hour from now. So far this year, we've launched 5 missions to the space station, which includes 3 resupply missions, and those are CRS-30, Northrop Grumman 20 and 21, as well as 2 human spaceflight missions, Crew 8 and Axiom 3. Overall, this will be Dragon's 44th visit to the space station and its 13th human spaceflight mission to the orbiting lab.
As Daryl mentioned, today's crew will fly aboard the Dragon spacecraft named Freedom, which previously flew the NASA Crew 4 mission, in addition to Axiom missions 2 and 3. Over the last 3+ hours, Crew 9 has been going through the detailed process of getting ready for their mission to the International Space Station. So let's introduce you to the crew. In the commander's seat, NASA astronaut and U.S. Space Force Colonel Nick Hague. He is making his second trip to low Earth orbit. This Kansas native and test pilot was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013 and has spent a total of 203 days in space conducting 3 spacewalks. Next to him is mission specialist Alexander Gorbanov, who was selected to be a cosmonaut in 2018. He studied engineering with qualifications in spacecraft and upper stages from the Moscow Aviation Institute, and he is a first-time flyer.
We are so excited to have Nick and Alexander on board today. To date, SpaceX has flown 54 passengers to space since the Demo 2 mission in May of 2020. And coming up here at about T-minus 45 minutes, we'll be listening to the team to report their readiness for the propellant load with a final go-no-go pull. So far, it continues to be a smooth countdown, and we're looking good for an on-time liftoff at 1:17 p.m. Eastern Time from Slick 40 in Florida. Today's launch is a big day for spaceflight. It will be the first time in history astronauts will launch from Space Launch Complex 40. So while we wait for that go poll, let's learn just a bit more about how Slick 40 was prepared for today's flight. SpaceX acquired the lease for Slick 40 back in 2007, and 3 years later, Falcon 9 made its inaugural flight from the pad. Since then, Slick 40 has launched dozens of notable missions for SpaceX, including our first demonstration missions as part of NASA's Commercial Orbital Transportation Services program, as well as the very first Dragon commercial resupply services missions. As of today, Pad 40 has hosted over 200 Falcon 9 launches. In 2023, in order to accommodate for the growing Dragon manifest, we added a tower and access arm to support human spaceflight missions. So we now have the flexibility to launch Dragon missions at either Launch Complex 39A or at Slick 40. And in March of this year, the CRS-30 mission to the space station was the very first to use this access arm for the late loading of time-sensitive cargo. And today, for the very first time, a crew boarded Dragon using this new access arm to fly to space. To help prepare Slick 40, the team also added emergency egress chutes that provide a new way to rapidly evacuate anyone off the tower to maximize human safety across a variety of scenarios. This is a bit different from the slide basket system that is used at Launch Complex 39A, where baskets are suspended from slide wires that extend from the launch tower to a landing zone.
This is something that, we hope we never have to use, obviously, but it is really amazing how quickly it unfolds and how quickly it allows someone to get off of the pad or out of the kind of danger area, get into that car and move away.
Yeah, certainly.
So sorry about that.
No worries. As a reminder, 2 of the seats will be empty for today's flight, and they will be filled during our return next February by NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams, who are currently living and working aboard the space station.
Butch and Sunny launched on June 5th as part of NASA's Boeing crew flight test on the Starliner spacecraft. As Starliner approached the space station for docking, NASA and Boeing identified helium leaks and experienced issues with the spacecraft's reaction control thrusters. Following weeks of in-space and ground testing, technical interchange meetings, and agency reviews, NASA made the decision to prioritize safety and return Starliner without its crew. Starliner did safely land uncrewed on Saturday, September 7th.
To prepare for those manifest changes on today's flight, Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov ran through a number of training exercises to allow Alexander to build his expertise on Dragon operations. They also performed emergency scenarios with stand-ins for Butch and Sunny to simulate the conditions they could face during the downhill or return portion of flight, and that is targeted for February of 2025.
For each crew, SpaceX suits are custom tailored to fit each astronaut and provide oxygen, cooling, communications, and protection during the dynamic phases of flight. For Crew 9's return, there was already a reserve spacesuit on the space station that NASA astronaut Sunny Williams will wear for the journey home. In fact, Sunny helped SpaceX fit test their spacesuits a few years ago as part of the preparations for crew missions. SpaceX built a prototype of the IVA, or intravehicular activity, flight suit design for the original CCP cadre, which included Sunny, as part of the overall commercial crew development process. Butch Wilmore's suit was created using measurements provided by NASA based on his sizing for an extravehicular mobility unit, or EMU, which are the suits astronauts wear on spacewalks outside the space station, and that's being delivered on today's launch.
So everything is set for Butch and Sunny to return with Nick and Alexander when Crew 9 comes home next year. Now we're just at about T-minus 1 hour and 7 minutes, counting down to today's launch. While we wait, let's check in with Nilofer at the Johnson Space Center to see how things are shaping up at Mission Control in Houston.
Yes, and thank you so much, Atticus. Welcome back to Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are here in the hub of human spaceflight at NASA. The team has pulled go for launch. The International Space Station is ready for the crew to lift off as they begin their journey to the orbiting laboratory. In the home of Rendezvous Tomorrow, NASA and SpaceX flight controllers will enter into integrated operations. This means that both flight control teams will conduct a series of go and no-go polls for Dragon Freedom's docking to the space station. Rotation missions like Crew 9 help NASA to continue to maximize the important research and technology demonstrations made possible only in the International Space Station's unique microgravity environment. The space station is critical for NASA to prepare for future commercial low Earth orbit destinations and to understand and overcome the challenges of long-duration spaceflight necessary for a long-term presence on the Moon and crewed missions deeper into our solar system, including Mars. So now let's take a closer look at the mission and what Crew 9 will have to look forward to during their 5-month stay aboard the International Space Station.
Dragon, heads up that we are going to be cycling
The mission hasn't changed in 25 years. It's to get to the space station, conduct research, and come home. How we're going to do that is going to look a little bit different. Alex and myself are going to launch with 2 empty seats, so we've got room for Butch and Sunny to join us once we get there. They've been on orbit months already, and one of the biggest challenges ahead for Alex and I, one of the most exciting aspects, is how are we going to integrate into their crew and get to work on the space station, doing the research and performing the spacewalks and the station upgrades and helping us continue that mission of discovery. The International Space Station is this unique place that we have built over the course of a decade with 100 launches and 100 spacewalks to assemble it on orbit. It lets us remove gravity from all of our science experiments. You've all seen video of balls of water floating around and morphing it, and we can do that with other materials and see what properties we aren't able to see when gravity just squashes everything flat. That knowledge helps us make life better on the ground. I've had the privilege of spending more than 200 days on the International Space Station, and what is crystal clear to me is how important the International is in the International Space Station. Together we accomplish more than we could by ourselves. Together we tackle all the problems that dynamic nature of space throws at us. The more we explore, the more we try to overcome all those challenges of living in weightlessness, in a high radiation environment, and how to counteract those things, the more we learn about how the human body works. But a long duration mission is something really to cherish because it's a unique opportunity to let your body fully adapt, and then at some point you reach this kind of steady state where you are working and living in space, and that's your normal. Spaceflight is hard. It's dynamic, it's unpredictable, but that's no different than the way it's always been. And just being able to watch the agency navigate those decisions over the last several months and balance the risk and the safety of the crew has been phenomenal. And what is crystal clear in that entire process is the commitment to making sure that when we launch crews, we're going to bring them home safe. I'm excited to get back to the space station. I'm excited to be part of Expedition 72 so we can get to work, because that's what this is all about. It's about exploration, exploring the human body, exploring Earth, exploring the universe. It's about discovery. It's about learning. It's about how do we imagine the impossible and make it possible.
And welcome back here to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Just a quick programming note. If you're watching us on YouTube, make sure you refresh your browser, because that will allow you to chat with us, not us specifically, but with our producers and our support folks who will answer your questions. But then also, if you use the hashtag AskNASA, we'll get the questions to our astronaut, Zena Cardman, so she can answer them. And she's been doing a great job of answering all the questions leading up until this point.
Thanks, Daryl. It's been a blast to be with you. It's been a several hours long process, actually, just part of an even longer process to get astronauts to the International Space Station.
And we're just a little more than an hour away from liftoff now, as we look forward to a launch from Space Launch Complex 40 here at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. We have been monitoring the weather. One of the factors in today's launch, we have a good spacecraft, we have a good rocket,
Dragon
and we have a good
you
pad.
Go for section 5 of 4.100. Please report when you are go for launch.
And Freedom copies. We're go for section 5 and 4.01. I'm sorry, 4.100.
And there you heard communication between Commander Nick Hague and SpaceX Core, the crew operations and resource engineer. This is communication we're going to be hearing throughout this point leading up to liftoff.
That's right. Core, that voice from Mission Control in Hawthorne, is the one voice who is communicating directly with the crew today. You'll hear a few voices, but for the most part, we really like to keep those communications to a minimum. But our core, whose name is Shiva, just told the crew that we are continuing to progress towards launch. The next big milestone coming up will be the go, no-go decision to start loading propellant onto the Falcon 9 rocket.
And that's a big decision, Zena, because as you know, that is going to take the weather into account.
Laura en ik zijn aan het kijken naar de livestream van NASA.
We're go for launch.
Waar we waarschijnlijk zo meteen de lancering gaan zien van de Falcon 9 van SpaceX.
It's very exciting words to hear from.
2 astronauten aan boord, 4 seats, 2 om Butch Wilmore en Suni Williams mee terug te nemen.
In just a bit, they're going to make that decision, as you mentioned about.
Alles gaat goed, alleen het weer is nog even de vraag of dat goed genoeg is om te lanceren.
We're tanking the rocket at that point, and it's a pretty strong commitment at that point. As you can see on your screen, the radar is showing.
We kijken naar de radar, iets in het midden ongeveer. Iets rechts van het midden zie je de Space Coast.
Certainly on the launch pad. It didn't cause any harm. There were no problems with that. We can handle some rain on the rocket and on the launch pad. But what is more concerning is the stuff behind it. And from the satellite view, you can see that there is a plume of moisture that's developing in the southeastern part of the state of Florida and is moving its way upwards towards the northeast, directing over top of us. The idea, though, is, and what launch managers are hoping for, and certainly what the crew is hoping for, is that in between the rain, the lightning, and those storm cells are some clear patches of sky. All they need is a 10 nautical mile stretch around the launch pad, and they can launch into space. That's what we're hoping for. We got our fingers crossed.
Yes, we sure do.
Oké, de go-no-go zit eraan te komen voor het tanken.
The crew themselves are ready. You see what I did there?
Als ze gaan tanken, betekent dat een grotere kans op lancering en dat het weer geen roet in het eten gooit.
That is the condensing of the warm Florida air from the ground side of the liquid oxygen. We haven't started loaded yet, but certainly getting the tanks ready to start loading that up. In the meantime, let's head back out to California and join SpaceX.
Thank you so much, Daryl. All types of human spaceflight missions are taking flight this year, including our recent Polaris Dawn mission. Polaris Dawn was the first of up to 3 missions in the Polaris program, which will demonstrate new technologies, conduct extensive research, and culminate in a flight of SpaceX's Starship with humans on board. After nearly 5 days in orbit, Dragon and the 4-person Polaris Dawn crew safely splashed down on September 15th off the coast of Dry Tortugas, Florida, completing the first spaceflight mission of the Polaris Dawn program. The Polaris Dawn crew, that you can see there on your screen, performed some firsts during their mission. Dragon and the crew reached over 1,400 kilometers altitude, the highest Earth orbit flown since the Apollo program, making Anna Menon and Sarah Gillis the current record holders for traveling farther from Earth than any other woman to date. The crew also participated in the first ever commercial EVA, or extravehicular activity, wearing SpaceX's newly developed EVA suits. They also conducted about 36 research studies and experiments from 31 partner institutions, including NASA. And in addition to all of that, they also tested Starlink laser-based communications in space.
That's right. As Atticus mentioned, NASA's Human Research Program flew 3 investigations on Polaris Dawn. The first study tested a compact, commercially available device that can collect astronauts' blood pressure, body temperature, ultrasounds, and other health information to see how easily it can gather data in space. The investigation will also assess whether the technology can help provide robust telemedicine in space. Another investigation sought to better understand the space-related motion sickness that's experienced by many astronauts through surveys and other health data. And the third study evaluated whether crews experience any injuries or discomfort from re-entry back to Earth, helping us at NASA design re-entry protocols that best protect crews. Additional human research was conducted on the Polaris Dawn crew members through the NASA-funded Translational Research Institute for Space Health, a cooperative agreement with multiple universities, assessing sleep, eye health, immune systems, and more to help NASA build and maintain a robust archive of human health on everyone who flies in space.
Missions like Crew 9 and Polaris Dawn are important steps in building our future in space. Each mission delivers critical lessons and science that can inform long-duration spaceflight missions and help us continue on our journey to making life multi-planetary. Lessons learned also help guide development of SpaceX's Starship vehicle, which will be a key element in putting humans back on the moon and eventually on Mars. Before we head into our next interview, let's learn a bit more about what's happening with Starship down at SpaceX headquarters in Starbase, Texas. The first flight of Starship was in April of 2023, and the vehicle for the 5th flight is currently stacked and ready to fly. We made major strides with Flight 4 earlier this summer with a successful landing burn and a soft splashdown of our Super Heavy booster. We also saw a Starship survive re-entry for the first time with views live streamed from the vehicle via Starlink from space all the way through splashdown. We've got more flights planned that will start demonstrating some of the key technologies that will help make Starship fully and rapidly reusable. Now, the one I'm super excited about is catching that Super Heavy booster, which we'll be attempting on our next flight. If you've seen Starbase recently, you probably noticed that our teams have completed stacking the 2nd launch tower at Starbase, which will be coming online early next year. Having 2 operational launch towers paired with ships and boosters rolling off the line in our new Star Factory will allow us to increase our flight cadence and test more rapidly. Our teams at Starbase have been hard at work on the continued Star Factory expansion. This 1 million square foot facility brings Starship and Super Heavy manufacturing closer together for more optimized production. And that will set the stage for us to rapidly produce hundreds of ships each year. And that's what it's going to take to build a self-sustaining city on Mars. Production lines are spinning up in Star Factory with multiple next-generation Starships currently in build as we get ready to ramp up our launch rate. We did recently static fire the Starship for Flight 6, producing some incredible video of its 6 Raptor engines in action. And we do have boosters already built for the next several flights.
And I'm really looking forward to seeing us catch the booster on the tower. That'll be a huge milestone. So I think we're all looking forward to that. Now, because Starship will serve as the lunar lander on Artemis 3, which is currently scheduled for the second half of 2026, it'll be the first to send humans to the lunar surface since Apollo. So we can expect to see SpaceX ramping up testing this year and next. The NASA and SpaceX teams have been working through a ton of additional hardware milestones outside of the flight tests, including the recent testing conducted with Starship's airlock and the Axiom spacesuits NASA astronauts will be wearing on future moonwalks.
One of the next major milestones in testing will be the first ever ship-to-ship propellant transfer, where 2 starships will rendezvous in space and transfer propellant from one to the other. Putting humans back on the moon is a major milestone. Our mission at SpaceX is to enable this type of exploration, and we can't wait to see this feature unfold. For more on what else is happening in the world of exploration, we'll hand it back over to Daryl and the crew in Florida.
Het wordt nu al tijd voor de go-no-go voor het tanken, zou ik denken.
T-minus 52 minutes and counting until liftoff. As we've mentioned, today will be the first time we launch astronauts from Pad 40. For more on what was done to make that happen, we now have NASA's Megan Cruz live from a nearby launch viewing location here at Kennedy.
Hey, thanks, Daryl. And I'd also like to introduce Alec Jacobs. You see him right there next to me on the screen. He's the launch site integration lead with the Commercial Crew program. And we wanted Alec on today because, Alec, you were part of certifying Slick 40 for this inaugural crewed launch. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so I've had the pleasure of being on the team that's been working on Slick 40 for the past 2 years to get it ready to launch Crew. 2 years ago is when NASA and SpaceX made the decision that we wanted to be able to have Slick 40 as a backup launch pad for crewed missions. So since then, the teams have been hard at work implementing all the crew systems. We've implemented the crew tower, crew access arm, emergency egress systems, and all the Dragon systems needed to fuel and get ready the Dragon spacecraft for launching crewed from this pad. So it's been a great work over the last 2 years, and things have really come together in the last 6 weeks as we've focused our effort on Slick 40.
Yeah, and you guys had to pivot to Slick 40, right? Because Crew 9 was supposed to launch on 39A, but as we know, it's really busy here on the Space Coast.
Yes, it is really busy on the Space Coast, like you said. So a lot of launches going on from both 39A and 40 across the Space Coast. One of the ones we were looking at closely was NASA's Europa Clipper, which is actually planned to go off of 39A in October timeframe. So because of that and because of the move to the Crew 9 launch date, we were able to move to Slick 40 because of the crew capability we've been working on for the last 2 years. So really glad we put all that effort into that backup capability at Slick 40. And now it's all coming together today as we hope to launch here in just a little bit.
Yeah, so it sounds like agility, flexibility, that was really key to getting us to launch day today. Can you walk us through some of the other changes that maybe the program had to navigate? I mean, including obviously, launching 2 members instead of 4.
Yeah, so a lot's happened in the last 6 weeks, and like you said, Megan, launching 2 crew members versus 4. Our teams have had to adjust to that, make sure we have the right training protocols and plans in place for the 2 versus 4 contingent. We're also able to let our first stage booster fly on its first mission out of Slick 40, get a flight on that booster, and now we're using it for the second time. And like you said, we're moving from 39A to Slick 40 for this launch, so a lot of flexibility among our teams and a lot of capability within our program and within NASA for our crew launch capability. So it's really great to see that we're able to accommodate all of these changes kind of at the last minute and still be able to get to launch today.
Yeah, really talented people that we work with here. So thank you so much, Alec. We're now just minutes away from polling the launch team to see if we're going to load propellant into the Falcon 9. So let's introduce you now to Ronnie Foreman, live at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California.
Thanks, Megan. I'm Ronnie Foreman, a senior commercial sales manager here at SpaceX, and I'm excited to be joining you all.
Sales
we
manager?
are coming up on just under 50 minutes to launch.
Dragon SpaceX for a weather update.
Oh, kut.
Call out there from our core about a weather update.
Weather update. Spannend.
Freedom's with you.
Oh jee.
Dragon, have good news that the most of the concerning weather that we saw from earlier has either cleared the pad or is trending to clear. We are still watching some precipitation, and we are expecting our next cross-check at around the T-minus 45-minute mark. We'll let you know, along with the go-no-go for a prop load, what that weather looks like. How copy?
Beetje regen, maar dat gaat weg. De trend is dat het minder wordt.
Outstanding news. Thank you.
Dus dat is goed nieuws voor de
Good news from
lancering.
our core there from Mission Control. We are coming up on just about 49 minutes to launch, and obviously our teams are carefully moving through the pre-flight process. A lot of preparations have brought us to this point, including a dry dress rehearsal and static fire on Tuesday. A dry dress rehearsal is a practice run before launch, where all of the steps are conducted except for the loading of propellants, which is why we call it dry. The integrated spacecraft and rocket are rolled out to the pad and raised vertically, and the crew and all of the support teams go through their steps exactly as they would on launch day to make sure that they're ready when we do go for launch. However, during a static fire test, which we also did earlier this week, the crew is not present. Propellants are loaded and the engines on the booster are fired for just a few seconds while the rocket is held down to the launch mount. The data from the static fire test is then reviewed and incorporated into NASA and SpaceX's decision to proceed with launch. All of that hard work brings us to today, and next up in our countdown, our launch director will check in with the team for readiness, both for prop load, as you heard earlier, and for launch. The Dragon team, as well as key NASA launch members, are currently at the Launch and Landing Control Center at SpaceX's Hangar X in Florida. The launch director will also check in with the Dragon mission director, or MD for short, and NASA launch manager to make sure they're ready to move forward. Right now, of course, our 2-person crew is on board Dragon waiting to get that green light to stow the crew arm for launch and arm the launch escape system. Once our LD gives the go-ahead, we should get a good view of the access arm moving away from the spacecraft. The range continues to be go for launch today, monitoring the clearance area surrounding our launch pad as well as the air and sea space along the flight corridor. If you're joining us on the Space Coast, you know it's about 85 degrees out with just a bit of a breeze, and we're hoping you are going to have a great view of launch today. And of course, as you heard earlier, overall weather is trending in the right direction, and we are currently tracking a 35 to 40% chance of weather violation at our target liftoff time. Our teams will continue to keep an eye on the weather.
Propellant load and launch for all operators in MCCX and Hangar X. Both control rooms are going to lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console, maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarmament of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload. In the event of a scrub, stand by for hold and launch escape protocols.
Spannende tijden. We kijken naar het weer.
No-go conditions. Brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence and immediately proceed into the launch abort auto sequence.
Buiten het weer gaat alles goed.
Seconds. Launch control will be hands off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count.
En we gaan zo voor een go of no-go voor het tanken.
Breakup or fires imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules.
Tanken, even nergens meer aan denken. Was een leuk liedje.
So with those instructions to our team, obviously we are moving forward. And as Shiva mentioned earlier, we are tracking that T-minus 45 pre-fueling weather briefing. Our biggest watch item, as Daryl mentioned earlier, is a few lingering rain and storm systems. But we do think we're going to have a good shot at launch today.
Denk het ook.
Our teams, of course, will be staffed around the clock in mission control, which you've got a great view of on your screen there, to monitor Dragon not just today, but throughout the entire mission, from liftoff to Crew 9's arrival at the space station, all the way through splashdown when the astronauts return home early next year. On console and mission control, there are 6 key positions. The mission director, or MD, is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The person that you've heard talking to the astronauts is the crew operations and resources engineer, who you'll hear us refer to as the core throughout the broadcast.
And launch control, at this time, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement. Launch control copies, arming now.
Good news that we're about to get that view of the crew arm moving away from Dragon.
Ja.
And we are moving ever closer to launch with just under 45 minutes to go.
Crew arm is armed for motion.
The 4 additional team members focused on vehicle systems in mission control include avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communications with ground support teams. Apart from mission control,
Crew access arm retraction has started.
Ja, daar gaat hij.
Confirmation there. Oh, and a great view on your screen that crew access arm is moving away from Dragon on Slick 40 for the first time.
3 hydraulische motoren die zorgen ervoor dat
Mission control, our Falcon 9
de arm ingetrokken wordt.
located at the LLCC at Hangar X in Florida. With just about 44 minutes until RT0 today, all the teams are settling in for final checkouts.
En Falcon 9 is on its own. Ik sta te wachten op de no-go voor het tanken.
We are expecting propellant loading to begin just in about 9.5 minutes here. I'm sorry, 8.5 minutes here. So in the meantime, while we enjoy these great views, let's check back in with Daryl.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Ronnie. As we've been watching the completion of that crew access arm retracting away from Dragon, big moment, big milestone. Talk to us about it, Zena.
Yeah, gosh, this is a really important milestone. So before we start actually loading propellant on the vehicle, we want to also arm the launch escape system so that if there were an issue with the rocket, even on the ground here on the pad, the crew have a safe way to escape and land safely. As Nick Hague has experienced firsthand, these systems are really, really
Dragon
important.
SpaceX, you are go for Section 6. Close visors and arm the launch escape system.
And Freedom copies, we're go, Section 6.
And there we go. We've got the go from Core in Mission Control Hawthorne for the crew to arm the launch escape system. The crew actually issue that command themselves from the display of Dragon.
SpaceX Freedom, visors are closed, and we are arming the launch escape system.
Launch escape system. Een soort waterglijbaan lijkt het op. Mocht er iets misgaan, kunnen ze glijden vanuit boven in die raket helemaal naar een veilige plaats.
Moving towards the big one, which is tanking.
Ja, dat is Laura's idee.
With propellants, which would kick off at T-minus 35 minutes. A update on the weather from Launch Weather Officer Brian Cizik, who informs me that the probability of violation has now gone to 30%, reflecting
Oh, dat ziet er beter uit, 70%.
The launch escape system is now verified armed, which means that the astronauts
Het lijkt erop dat we echt gaan lanceren.
emergency exit off the top of the rocket.
Toen we begonnen met deze stream, een paar uur geleden, was het percentage kans dat hij kon gaan 55%, nu 70%, dus dat gaat goed.
We had some storm cells pass over the launch pad earlier, dumping a fair amount of rain on the area, but as you can see now, the sun, somewhat diffused through clouds, is shining brightly on Crew Dragon Freedom on top of a Falcon 9 rocket, and there's a lovely shot as well. We're getting some sunlight poking through the clouds There is a storm system, another group of clouds and storms that's tracking on its way here.
Er zit een regenbui aan te
To
komen.
Ryan Sizik, it is not going to arrive before T0. And that's
Maar die
a
komt
great update
pas na kwart
and
over
a
1.
great improvement in the weather
Lokale
scenario.
tijd.
That's exactly right. Things are trending in a positive direction. I'm feeling optimistic. And of course, we want to make sure we have a good weather window before we give the final go to launch. But things are looking positive today.
Dit ziet er goed uit.
That launch escape system, of
Ik heb
course,
het-
there for an emergency.
Doe even een andere kleur t-shirt aan.
If there was a pad abort, Dragon would lift off either automatically or if Nick Hague felt he needed to, he could, obviously you understand this as you're in training as a commander, could hit the abort and bring Dragon off the top of that rocket as well, taking it about 2.5 miles off the coast there to land in the ocean.
Yep, that's exactly right. Dragon and Falcon are very smart vehicles with excellent automation built in, and so that is the most likely scenario that would trigger a launch escape. But of course, the crew have the ability to trigger that manually using a handle that's just below the displays of the Dragon spacecraft, and actually certain ground operators can also trigger it remotely.
The launch escape system is powered by Super Draco engines capable of moving Dragon 1/2 mile in only 7.5 seconds, which is equivalent to a peak velocity of 436 miles per hour, something the astronauts would certainly feel.
Yes, absolutely. So you could expect in the case of a launch escape to experience some really high G loads. Those loads are going through the chest as opposed to vertically through your head, and so you would wind up feeling like someone extremely, extremely heavy, or 12 someone's extremely heavy, are sitting on your chest. This is something that we train for in centrifuges on the ground, and so, of course, you would be prepared if that needed to happen, but we're very grateful that these systems are there and available.
38 minuten,
Did you ever
44
chat
seconden.
with Nick about his emergency abort and what that felt like?
Absolutely, yeah, of course. This is something that
Very
Nick has
curious.
shared with
Right?
a lot of people. It's something that we are all curious about. It's a really unique thing. Not many people have experienced a abort like that. He said it was something that it happens before you really have a chance to think about it. The Soyuz, like Dragon, has a lot of automation built in, and so for his abort, the automated systems kicked in. But he said also your training really kicks in, and that's something that they train for in Soyuz as well. And so he felt well prepared to respond to that. All of the teams were in place, and he was collected safely after landing, brought back, and
Mocht je net inschakelen, we kijken naar de lancering van SpaceX Falcon 9. 2 astronauten in een 4-persoons raket op weg naar het International Space Station. Die 2 lege plaatsen zijn voor de gestrande Boeing-astronauten die hiermee teruggaan.
Another interesting note about this flight, we were talking about
De missie duurt 5 maanden. Eind februari komen ze terug, dus dan komen ook Butch en Sunny terug op aarde.
launch escape system, but for prop splash, as they call it.
Het is een historische lancering voor de eerste keer van Launchpad 40. Die bestaat al sinds de Apollo-tijd, maar is alleen maar gebruikt voor onbemande missies. Vandaag voor de allereerste keer vanaf Launchpad 40 een bemande missie.
back up to the backup in a
Tanks are
really
venting for the start of propellant load.
deep contingency case. But
En we gaan tanken zo te horen.
the software has been built in, the plumbing has all been there from the start, but now we're actually flying with that software enabled. And of course we could unenable it if something changed in the configuration of that Dragon capsule.
Just another good backup to have as we encircle the launch complex there, Space Launch Complex 40. A historic first today, launching astronauts from this launch pad for the first time ever.
Dat zei ik net.
T-minus 36 minutes and 20 seconds and counting. Just a little over a minute away from propellant load. A big milestone on our way to launching today.
Alles gaat goed tot nu toe. We gaan zo meteen lanceren. Tanken eerst.
T0 is 1:17 and 21 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. It is an instantaneous window.
En het enige wat
We
goed
have to
in
go
het
at
eten
that
zou kunnen
second,
gooien is
or
het
we don't go
weer.
at all. That's all because of the
Maar we hoorden zojuist van de launch weather director
station. It's the most efficient.
dat de kans 70% is dat we gewoon kunnen lanceren.
Using the least amount of propellant that you would have to otherwise, and propellant is needed for a lot of things. Get the astronauts up, and of course we're bringing this booster back as well.
Absolutely. Although we would like to think we are in charge, it's actually physics is the boss today.
Absolutely. Let's listen in now as they start up propellant load.
We luisteren, we gaan even kijken of luisteren naar het tanken.
Propellant load has started.
There we go.
There we go. This is a big milestone today.
Ik hoop dat
You can see that crew access arm is retracted from the Dragon.
de accijnzen
That's
niet zo
because we
erg zijn
now
als
have
in
the launch
Nederland.
escape system armed. Loading propellant is a dynamic operation.
Very dynamic operation when you start flowing, kerosene, highly refined kerosene, and then a little bit later, liquid oxygen.
That's right, yeah. So we'll be starting to load the liquid oxygen on stage 1.
T-minus 34 minutes, 20 seconds in counting until liftoff of Crew 9. We've got them seated inside the SpaceX Dragon at the top of this rocket. Spacecraft called Freedom. Alexander Gorbanov, the mission specialist. Nick Hague, the commander. Launch team is now preparing to continue the propellant load.
That's right, yeah, a little over a minute ago we heard the start.
Ja, er wordt nu getankt. In de missie aanwezig zijn 2 astronauten. 1 Amerikaan, Nick, en een Russische cosmonaut, Alexander. Voor hem is het de eerste vlucht naar de ruimte.
They've got some incredible science that they will be doing. Here's a closer look at how we're getting that science done.
Oké, ik maak plaats.
The International Space Station isn't just a symbol. It's a powerhouse of cutting-edge science, constantly revealing secrets that defy Earth's limitations and drive us farther into the cosmos.
Our mission is research and science. We have experiments mounted on the outside of the station that are looking at Earth. We study our own bodies and how they react to space, to weightlessness, to radiation. And that helps not only us go on further in future missions, but also helps for medical research back home. And then we study lots of different things as well, like materials, combustion, all sorts of things that help us understand life back on Earth.
Yeah! Microgravity doesn't play by the rules. It flips them upside down, transforming how liquids flow, how flames burn, and unraveling biological mysteries before our eyes.
I saw some heart tissues beating in space and it was incredible.
Photon, we see that top one beating. Looks like happy heart cells.
But we're not just along for the ride. We're explorers, diving headfirst into the challenge and harnessing the power of this unparalleled platform, just as we have been for decades. We're on a relentless quest for answers, seeking to understand the intricate workings of the human body in space and ensuring future crews stay safe on their daring journeys beyond Earth's orbit.
The human aspect of human space exploration is always going to be very important for decades to come.
And when it comes to technology, we're not waiting around. We're discovering new ways to grow crops in harsh environments and engineering innovations to tackle Earth's greatest challenges.
We have amazing technology that allows us to recycle water and create water for us to drink. It's delicious.
Microgravity isn't just a curiosity. It's a game changer in the fight against diseases back on Earth, paving the way for breakthroughs that benefit us all and enabling new economic opportunities in space.
Welcome, Axiom 3 on board the International Space Station.
From our vantage point more than 200 miles above Earth, we are not just spectators. We're gaining unprecedented insights into the world we call home, and we're sharing our findings openly. We're not just achieving results today. We're sparking inspiration in future generations of explorers and embracing the power of global collaboration as we reach for the stars.
What was your favorite experiment on the International Space Station?
Toby, great question. My favorite experiment was the one that I got to eat. It was us growing Hatch chili peppers in our plant habitat.
Station Huntsville on 2, we have video in Node 1. Look at those chili peppers.
And as we soar through space at 17,500 miles per hour, each moment is a step closer to unlocking the mysteries of our Earth, our universe, and propelling our pioneering spirit even farther into space. So come along for the ride aboard the International Space Station.
Well, you heard a moving and saw a moving tribute to the science that's going on board the
Start of Stage 1 cryo helium loading.
And there you heard the call out that we're now cryo-loading liquid oxygen into the Falcon 9 rocket. Another great milestone passed. T-minus 29 minutes and counting. And here's now more about the crew that's going into space today. U.S. Space Force Colonel Nick Hague is your Crew 9 commander. He was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013. This will be his second space flight to the International
Amerikaanse astronaut Nick Hague
as we've mentioned, he and his Soyuz crewmate
uit Kansas.
Catastrophic rocket booster malfunction after launch. They were forced to abort, but
Hij heeft
landed
2 missies gedaan en 3 keer een spacewalk.
5 months later, I should say. Hague launched on another Soyuz and served as flight engineer for Expeditions 59 and 60. He spent a total of 203 days in space and performed 3 spacewalks. The Kansas native is a test pilot and a distinguished graduate of the United States Air Force Academy. Nick spent 5 months in Iraq in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. He voluntarily transferred from the United States Air Force to the U.S. Space Force in 2021 and is an active colonel. His wife, Katie, is a retired U.S. Air Force colonel, and they have 2 sons. This is mission specialist Alexander Gorbanov's first flight to space ever.
De Russische cosmonaut, zijn allereerste spaceflight.
From the Moscow Aviation Institute.
En hij komt uit Zelezhkornorsk in Rusland.
And repair of aircraft, helicopters, and aircraft engines. Before his cosmonaut selection in 2018, he worked as an engineer for a rocket space corporation and helped support cargo spacecraft launches from the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
Alexander and Nick are an excellent pair. They've trained together for a long time alongside Stephanie Wilson and myself.
Highly trained and ready to go. T-minus 27 minutes and counting until liftoff. Let's head back out to NASA's Megan Cruz, who's joined now by NASA Administrator Bill Nelson and Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy.
I am, and it's so great
Bill
to have
Nelson,
them here
directeur
at
van
Florida
NASA.
Always. You know, Administrator, the weather seems to be improving, so we're hopefully poised to send another 2 astronauts to the International Space Station, where, of course, you know, we've had American astronauts there continuously for over 20 years. Talk to us about how international partnerships really help with American ingenuity in space.
Well, first of all, it shows that we are looking beyond our borders because we need our friends out there in other countries, and they have contributed greatly to this program. So, for example, on the big rocket that's going to go to the moon, it has the European support module from the European Space Agency. On our space station, there were originally about 15 international partners. And the number of countries that have used the space station is upwards of plus 40. So it is very much an international space program, and that's why it's called the International Space Station.
And actually, I'm going to ask you one more question since we're talking about how the International Space Station is really a test bed for us as we return back to the moon, go farther to Mars. Let's talk about the Artemis II mission. Are there any updates for that as we look forward to sending 4 astronauts to orbit the moon?
Well, we are looking forward to the next flight, Artemis II. The crew has been named. Reed Wiseman is the commander. They're going to do everything in preparation for the third Artemis, which will be the one that will go into lunar orbit, hook up with a SpaceX lander, and we will have then the first woman and the next man will walk on the moon.
Yeah, something exciting to look forward to. Now, Deputy Administrator, let's go back and talk about Crew 9 now. So, we're launching with 2 empty seats. That's so NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams can return with Nick and Alexander early next year. What have Butch and Sunny been able to accomplish on the ISS since they got there in June?
Well, the good news is having 2 extra sets of hands means more than 80 hours a week of extra work that can go into critical science, but also maintaining the station. So they have really contributed. Crew time is really precious on orbit. It feels like there's never enough. Yeah. But I would like to highlight a couple of experiments that they have been working on that I think are exciting, both because of how they impact future spaceflight, but also people here on Earth. So the water management experiment, which is testing different techniques for transporting water to plants. Now, in space, in microgravity, water doesn't flow the same way without gravity to take care of it. But what's interesting is not only will that help us when we go to the moon and we go on to Mars, the ability to grow our own plants, but it also affects hydroponic systems here on Earth. The other experiment that I think is really significant is looking at taking some tissue cultures of the bone marrow that creates platelets, right? Very important in our blood system. And they're going to grow them in cultures. And part of that is to look at blood clotting and how those cells develop and how it might work in space.
Right.
But it also is going to help us understand blood clots better here in gravity by being able to compare the two.
I know.
So they are doing very significant science.
Yeah, it's always so great to have veteran astronauts there as well. All right, so let's head back over now to our commentators in Hawthorne, California. Thank you both.
Thank you, Megan. As we continue to count down, let's take a closer look at the vehicles that will be taking Crew 9 to the International Space Station today. Falcon 9 is a 2-stage rocket developed and manufactured by SpaceX, known for its safe, reliable, and cost-effective access to space. It's also the first and currently the only orbital-class rocket capable of reflight. Sitting at the top of Falcon 9, Dragon and its trunk stand over 26 feet tall. There are 2 windows on the spacecraft, plus 1 under the nose cone. The nose cone opens shortly after launch to expose the forward bulkhead thrusters and docking mechanism that will connect to the space station. Dragon's trunk holds solar cells, which power Dragon while it's in free flight. The trunk can also carry unpressurized cargo.
Dragon has 16 Draco thrusters that can be used in space to help navigate the spacecraft to its destination, each providing 90 pounds of force. That doesn't include the 8 Super Draco thrusters used for an abort, which are no longer active once the crew is in orbit.
Dragon has played a significant role in advancing our future in space by safely transporting...
Uitleg over de raket en de configuratie zoals die zo meteen gelanceerd gaat worden.
Spaceflight missions that have docked to the station, and those are Endeavour...
En die bovenkant, die Calimero, zeg maar, deze. De top hatch aan de bovenkant, dat deel kan open gaan, dat gaat ook open. En daarmee kunnen ze dokken aan het International Space Station. En op die manier uit de raket klimmen en in het ISS.
Altogether, the reusable Dragon spacecraft have completed 8 human spaceflight missions on behalf of NASA and visited the station 42 times under NASA's commercial resupply and commercial crew programs.
And through all of that, Dragon has proven to be quite a versatile spacecraft. It can
aan de linkerkant van het scherm zien we die docking adapter.
When not going to the space station and in free flyer mode, the docking adapter can be swapped out for a cupola. Then, of course, you have our newest option, the Skywalker hardware, to support extravehicular activities, which the crew just
ja, dus die is multifunctioneel.
Polaris Dawn. Continuing down the vehicle,
ze kunnen er zelfs uitklimmen om een spacewalk te maken.
Powered by a single Merlin vacuum or MVAC engine.
De raket is reusable, betekent dat een deel daarvan weer terugkomt op aarde. Dat gaan we straks zien landen als het goed is op een landingplatform.
Falcon 9's first and second stages are connected by the Black Interstage, which houses...
En dat is 4 jaar voor het eerst gebeurd. 4 jaar geleden voor het eerst gebeurd in 2020.
This is the first stage, which is powered by 9 Merlin engines. These 9 Merlin engines provide...
Dus nieuwe technologie.
...to lift Falcon 9 off the pad and clearing the tower through the lower, thicker parts of the Earth's atmosphere. Each of these 9 Merlin 1D engines delivers about 190,000 pounds of thrust at sea level, and that gives Falcon 9 a combined 1.7 million pounds of thrust.
Ja, die getallen, daar gaat mijn hoofd bij duizelen.
And reuse on a future mission using a combination of the Merlin sea level engines and the 4 titanium grid fins located near the top of
Maar het is wel amazing technology,
The
man.
Falcon 9 first stage is also equipped with 4 landing legs that deploy just before landing to allow for a vertical touchdown on either a drone ship or a landing pad.
Yes.
And today we'll be attempting to land this booster at landing zone 1 back at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
Landing Zone 1 komt hij terug. Dus niet op de zee dit keer. Of de oceaan.
The second stage will power Dragon into its initial low Earth orbit before separating, leaving Dragon to continue its journey to the space station using its own thrusters. About 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin, exposing the guidance navigation controls that help Dragon autonomously fly to the space station.
With T0 coming up in just under 20 minutes, our teams at the Cape are doing a series of system checks to ensure Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready for flight. So for now, let's check in with Ronnie for a quick status update.
Hij vliegt dus autonoom naar het Space Station.
Both Dragon and Falcon 9.
Als alles goed gaat, hoeven de astronauten niks te doen qua navigeren of zo.
Our teams are prepping the vehicle for flight. Propellant loading of both RP-1 and liquid oxygen began at T-minus 35 minutes. We also heard the call out that the launch escape system is now armed. The launch escape system is designed to propel Dragon away from Falcon 9 in the event of an emergency during launch. The range, which is monitoring the keep out zones, among other key flight requirements, also continues to report no issues, and they are go to support today's launch. As you heard earlier, weather is also looking good, and we are still tracking roughly a 30% chance of violation at our target liftoff time. But we are optimistic that we're going to have good conditions at that T0. Now, as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch window driven by our planned rendezvous point, the point at which Dragon and Station will meet in orbit. The space station is currently orbiting the Earth at more than 17,000 miles per hour, and Dragon needs to catch up to it. That means we have to deliver Dragon to the correct orbit by timing its trajectory relative to the orbiting laboratory so that they are in the same place in space at the same time. A precise liftoff time is crucial for hitting that rendezvous point.
18 minuten.
Of course, that means that at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we'll have to stand down and target our backup opportunity, which is tomorrow at 12:54 Eastern Time. Now, with all systems go, I'm going to turn it over to Nilofer for a status update from Houston.
Morgen rond de middag lokale Florida-tijd
Thank you, Ronnie. Back here
is de
in the
docking
International
expected.
Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, teams are continuing to work around the clock to monitor activities aboard the orbital outpost. Leading the team inside the room is Flight Director Nicole McElroy. The team in Mission Control Houston, the team in Hawthorne, and the astronauts aboard the space station will track the autonomous docking of Dragon Freedom on Sunday when they enter joint operations. This will happen when the spacecraft enters the approach ellipsoid, the invisible boundary that helps us monitor arriving and departing spacecraft. Once docked, Dragon Freedom's crew will perform a series of leak checks, then work to open the spacecraft's hatch before floating into the station to begin their 5-month stay. We anticipate that the hatch will be opened about an hour and a half after docking. When they enter the orbital outpost, Crew 9 will be greeted by the rest of their Expedition 72 crew and will come together for opening remarks. The anticipation for launch continues here in Mission Control. How's it looking on the Space Coast, Daryl?
Terug naar de Space
Well,
Coast.
we're looking pretty good, Nilofer, and thank you very much. Weather improving here at the Kennedy
Het weer wordt
Space
beter,
Center.
dat is
If you're
fijn.
just joining us, we are 16 minutes and 37 seconds away from the launch of the 9th astronaut rotation.
Nog 1 Brabants kwartiertje en dan vertrekken we.
Under NASA's commercial
Stage
crew
2 LOX load has started.
And there you heard stage 2 LOX load has begun. The final loading of propellants into the Falcon 9 rocket.
Oké, tanken gaat ook
Decay
volgens
and
planning.
Specialist Alexander Gorbanov are strapped into their seats inside Dragon Freedom. As you can see right there, the Falcon 9 rocket fueling operation well underway. The launch escape system is armed, and that means Dragon is prepared to launch itself away from the Falcon 9 in case of an emergency. So far, operations look and sound as expected, and we are counting down to liftoff at 1:17 and 21 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. And I want to welcome in a special guest here on set now. NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson is here, joining us alongside Zena Cardman, both of you NASA astronauts. It is so good to have you both here. You both trained for Crew 9. This isn't where you probably expected to be on this day, but you have accepted this role of supporting your friends for launch. And as they get ready to launch with 15 minutes left to go, Stephanie, question for you. What is the mindset of the crew that you trained with? You've flown into space 3 times on the space shuttle. What's the mindset of the crew right now?
Well, thank you, Daryl, and thank you, Zena, for having me join you today. And yes, both Zena and I have trained for 1.5 years with Nick and Alex. They have trained hard. They are well prepared. In this moment where they are strapped inside the vehicle with just the 2 of them, they are reviewing procedures. They have trained for this moment. They are ready to execute the mission. They are, of course, looking forward to the work that's ahead of them on the International Space Station. Perhaps a little bit sad to be leaving family and friends, but they'll be talking to them soon once they have docked to the International Space Station. But it's a moment to review all of the hard work that has gone into this moment in the preparation and to be ready to execute the mission, which they will do very well.
Speaking of hard work, you both trained for Crew 9 for 1.5 years. And so from a human level, we know you are professional astronauts. Your seats were needed for Butch and Sunny to bring them back. What was it like for you personally when you learned that you wouldn't be flying today, but you would be flying some other time, but not today?
Yeah, gosh, Daryl, I think I felt a lot of emotion when I saw Stephanie walking through the door there. It's bittersweet, but it's a really beautiful thing. I think any launch is a testament to the power of collaboration, and this launch maybe even more so than usual. I think from my perspective, it's a privilege and a choice to take part in something that's larger than yourself, and that's a choice that I make today and the next day and the next day. So in this moment, it's feeling exciting, it's feeling bittersweet, but for the most part, I'm feeling a lot of joy and pride in our space program and so excited for our crew members, especially Alexander. This is his first launch to space. Nick, this will be his second mission to the International Space Station. It's going to be a beautiful day. And I think
for you? For you, Steph?
Yes, very, very similar. I think that we all train together. Adaptability and flexibility is key as we look across our corps. You know, we all train for various roles, and we select people that can serve in various roles and can be seamlessly thrown into different roles. And excited for them. We're always excited for our colleagues to have an opportunity to launch into space. Of course, we wish we could be with them. We have trained with them for this time. We, of course, want to be together. We have built friendship and camaraderie and learned for the roles for the Crew Dragon and for the International Space Station. But I am very excited for them, looking forward to hearing their stories from space and for seeing them launch.
And that launch just 12 minutes away, a little over 12 and a half minutes away, the Falcon 9 rocket. Well, this is a booster that can be reused more than a few times with minimal maintenance. At the time that this launch happens, it will be flying over the International Space Station, rather, will be flying 260 statute miles over northeast Bulgaria. Crew 9 will then spend the next 28 hours or so chasing down the International Space Station for a rendezvous currently targeted for September 29th at 5:30 p.m. And we'll have live coverage on NASA TV of docking, which will arrive when it does dock, about 2 hours before. And so I want to thank Stephanie Wilson for coming in and joining us. We really appreciate your time and being here. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. As we continue to count down, T-minus 11 minutes and 42 seconds and counting, getting close to terminal count. We want to commend both Stephanie Wilson and Zena Cardman for their professionalism and for their support of their fellow crew members and friends who are going up today.
That's absolutely right, Daryl. It's an exciting day to be here, and although 50% of us are staying on the ground this morning, we are part of this mission, this Crew 9 mission, and we're so proud to be part of the team that got this Dragon Freedom, Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, ready for flight today. Think in about another minute or so, we'll hear the next expected call that the crew displays are configured for launch. We'll hopefully hear at that point some great words from our commander.
That's right. Nick Hague is going to have some words for us, so we're going to tune into that. And you and I will join Stephanie outside and watch your friends launch to space. In the meantime, let's send it out to SpaceX in California.
Dragon, SpaceX. Confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
Looking good. We wachten op woorden van de commander
So good
Alexander.
news there from Mission Control. And our next major countdown event will
Nick,
be around the
sorry.
SpaceX Freedom.
Kijk.
We can confirm our displays are configured for launch. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank the entire team around the world for your hard work and dedication to get us to this point. Alex and I are ready and honored to represent you and everyone back on Earth. A huge thanks to our families and friends for your unwavering support, and to Crew 9, unbreakable. We go together.
Okay.
SpaceX copies. You've proven you're ready, Dragon, and we're looking forward to seeing a full capsule at splashdown.
Really exciting commentary there from Commander Nick Hague. And with that, we are just about 9.5 minutes to launch. And right now, the Falcon 9 launch commit criteria are being checked by our onboard computers. Those launch commit criteria are specific thresholds and data that tell us that the rocket is healthy. There are many systems in place to ensure that the rocket and crew are both safe leading up to liftoff and during flight. And now that we're approaching terminal count, our teams are performing those final checks.
Final checks. Tot
Just
nu
coming
toe
up on 9 minutes before launch right now.
geen noemenswaardige problemen tijdens
Alexander Gorbanov, our
de countdown die zo'n 4 uur aan het underway is nu.
We have teams here at Mission Control Hawthorne monitoring the vehicle, both Dragon.
Het weer was nog even spannend, maar een half uurtje terug
Some of those teams in console position.
was er een go for weather.
Keeping tabs on the space station, its reboost capabilities, making sure everything is looking good for Dragon's arrival tomorrow. We're looking at about a 9-minute ride to orbit today, and that's the point that the second stage will cut off. After that, Dragon and the second stage will continue to coast for another few minutes, and then they will separate. You'll be hearing some performance calls as we get into this final countdown, and then after liftoff. These are SpaceX flight controllers reporting on trajectory, speed, booster performance, and other key milestones. And there are also some other calls you'll hear the crew make after liftoff. The crew will report out on a few number and letter combinations, and these mark different abort zones through the flight up the eastern seaboard. The first two are 1A and 1B, and these are available when the first stage is firing. The next are 2A through 2E. Those will come into play once the second stage kicks in, but we will only hear the call for 2A. Diverting a little bit from the other naming system, you will also hear the call Shannon, and that refers to Shannon, Ireland. That means the crew could target off the coast of Ireland if they needed to abort later in the second stage burn. Again, you'll hear these calls throughout the flight uphill, along with the key performance callouts from
Het duurt 9 minuten om naar de ruimte te vliegen.
the propulsion lead.
En je hoort de verschillende abortlocaties, dus noodlandingslocaties,
Engine chill has started.
die gepland zijn in case of trouble.
First stage for flight. Right now, propellant in the tanks is isolated from the engines, but at T-minus 7 minutes, we'll open the engine pre-valves and start passing just a trickle of liquid oxygen through the Merlin engine pumps, chilling those engines
dus
for
dat
the start
is
sequence.
nu. Gaan de kleppen
Stage one,
open
engine chill
en
started.
komt er
Confirmation
brandstof
that
in
engine
de
chill has
motoren.
started. Now, we do this because the super chilled and densified liquid oxygen on board is really, really cold. So we use the process to bring that engine hardware down to a cooler temperature before flowing all of the LOX and propellant into it during flight. At liftoff, Falcon 9 is consuming 700 gallons of fuel per second. So engine chill helps us to prevent thermal shock and ensures nominal engine performance.
700 gallon, dat is...
The next thing we're listening in for is the confirmation that our
een gallon is 3,7 liter.
stage 1.
En dat gebruikt hij per seconde
Is that densified
tijdens
kerosene
lancering.
or rocket fuel that propels the crew into orbit. All of that RP-1 is fully, or we are waiting to hear that it is fully loaded onto the rocket, and the second stage loading was completed earlier. So we're still loading liquid oxygen as well on the first and second stages.
Stage 1 fuel load is complete.
Confirmation right on
complete.
time that RP-1, the
Het
densified
tanken is gebeurd.
complete. Again, still loading liquid oxygen on the first and second stages. We
Oh, de eerste en 2 stages worden nog geladen.
That RP-1 liquid propellant needs an oxidizer to combine with in order to ignite. Coming up next at the 5-minute mark, we'll hear the call for Dragon to configure for terminal count and then transition over to internal power. And then we'll hear the propellant tanks on Falcon 9 are getting ready to pressurize, which means they'll have some additional rigidity and structural support for the rocket as we get ready for the strong back to retract.
Linksbovenin zien we de countdown timer.
Cooling lines and umbilicals for both prop load and the different gases.
Als die op 5 minuten staat,
Clamp arms will open and it'll move just a couple of degrees at first, and then we will
dan is de raket on its own met zijn eigen stroomvoorziening.
more fueling milestones, including one around the 2-minute mark before flight, where we'll hear liquid oxygen loading is complete on the second stage.
En dat is nu. Ik zit in de weg, even kijken.
Falcon 9 tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
Dragon in
Terminal count.
Now under 5 minutes to launch, we are in terminal count, meaning the Dragon onboard computers take control of the spacecraft. Again, we are still watching first stage as its liquid oxygen loading continues. That'll be
Falcon 9 is nu op zijn eigen stroomvoorziening en zijn eigen systemen.
later.
Ik verwacht nog een comcheck met Houston.
Just heard that call out from Mission Control that strong back retract has started. And if we keep a close eye on the screen, there we go, just coming out of those clouds of liquid oxygen, we got to see those clamp arms opening up around.
De rook die je ziet is niet verontrustend.
What's going to happen now is that our
Dat is wat er bij het tanken vrijkomt.
2 degrees away from the vehicle.
En gewoon waterstof.
All the way to 45 degrees at liftoff, clearing the way for Falcon 9 to leave the pad. As Leah mentioned, that strong back does route the vehicle's fluid and telemetry lines all the way up to the rocket and our spacecraft today.
3 minuten 45.
Good views of the strong back moving away from Falcon 9 and Dragon there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. With that, we are just about 30 seconds away from LOX load completion on board the first stage.
Nou, 30 seconden is het tanken klaar. En de systemen van het lanceercomplex 40, waar dit is een historisch moment, voor de eerste keer mensen gelanceerd worden.
Just about 20 seconds from now, we're expecting to hear the liquid oxygen loading will finish. Again, this is required to combine with that RP-1, the densified kerosene, to give us the...
Voorheen werd gelanceerd vanaf Launchpad 39A, 39A. Voor de eerdere SpaceX missions. De Space Shuttles vertrokken vanaf Launchpad 39B. En nu voor de eerste keer wordt 40 gebruikt voor bemande ruimtemissies.
Terminal count and on internal power.
That we both have LOX load complete on the stage 1 and that Dragon is on internal power.
Daar was die net
We
al.
are expecting LOX loading to last for just about another 30 seconds on board stage 2. And then we should see a vent down of the TE LOX lines. That's going to produce another one of those large white clouds moving away from the vehicle. Again, as Leah just mentioned, that is totally normal and happens when that cooler liquid oxygen that's venting off the surface of the tanks comes into contact with that humid Florida air along the Space Coast.
2 minuten 5 van de lancering. Alles ziet er goed uit. Looks like a launch.
We're standing by now for stage 2 liquid oxygen loading to be complete.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
Kijk.
Dragon in auto idle.
With confirmation of that liquid oxygen load complete, gas closeout has...
Alex en Nick zitten er Rustig bij.
Closeout has begun. So we are now isolating all the feed lines for the different gas systems from
Over 10 minuten zijn ze in de ruimte.
those will then get vented overboard through the umbilicals and the strong back itself. And you can actually hear that venting right now. Now, something else you'll see is our sound suppression technique. Our rockets are super loud, and that sound can impart pressure loads back on the rocket itself. So just before liftoff, you'll see a ton of water dumping onto the pad. This absorbs and prevents the sound
Ja, het water wat we straks zien vallen
reverberating back onto the rocket, which could cause damage.
is voor het geluid. Om het geluid te dempen.
Dragon in countdown.
50 seconden.
Now that we are in countdown, the flight computer on Dragon will switch to countdown mode. And we've also heard the flight termination system is armed.
Go for launch.
En 40.
Freedom is go for launch.
Go for launch.
That's our final go for launch. SpaceX reporting go and the crew reporting go.
30 seconds.
Zou grappig zijn als nou een van de astronauten zei no go, want ik moet pissen.
15 seconds.
Nou, even 9 minuten volhouden. Hè?
Standing by for the first launch of
10,
humans
9,
from Space Launch
8,
Complex 40.
7, 6,
Daar gaat hij.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
En?
Full power. And
Hupsakee.
liftoff. Crew 9. Go SpaceX. Go Falcon. Go NASA.
Liftoff of Crew 9 now soaring to the International Space Station.
Stage 1 Alpha.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal. Copy 1 Alpha.
Those 9 Merlin engines now providing 1.7 million pounds of thrust, propelling Falcon 9 and Crew 9 and continuing to get good calls from teams here on the ground.
Wauw, wauw, wauw. 500 km per uur nu
Of
al.
course, these incredible views mean we are just a
En
little
3
bit past
kilometer hoog.
30 minutes or 30 seconds into our 9th rotational crew mission.
Power telemetry nominal.
Onboard Dragon and Falcon 9 with good callouts from mission control that everything is looking good.
Oké, het is nominal is goed, hè? Dat wil je horen.
Which is the period of maximum dynamic pressure on Falcon 9.
Beeld vanaf de raket live. 1000 km per uur nu, 8 kilometer hoogte. Max Q, de grootste druk op de raket.
Falcon 9 is now traveling faster than the speed of sound.
En we gaan sneller dan het geluid.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Max Q, de grootste druk op de raket, waarbij de Challenger in het verleden het loodje legde. Maar daar zijn we nu voorbij.
In the second and final abort mode for the first stage and continuing to get good performance.
And back chill is underway.
20 kilometer hoogte, 2000 km per uur.
Over 2 Gs at this point. Next up, we heard the engine chill on the second stage MVAC engine has begun, and then we will have MECO, or main engine cutoff, where the 9 engines on the first stage will cut off ahead of the first and the second stages, and then will separate from one another. Then that single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite and continue to carry Crew 9 to orbit while the first stage begins its journey back to Earth.
Oké, we zijn 2 minuten onderweg. 400 km per uur gaat hij. En hij is op 50 kilometer hoogte.
2600 miles per hour.
Stage 1 is throttling down.
Confirmation there from mission control that stage 1 is throttling down as we prepare for main engine cutoff, followed shortly thereafter by stage
Oké, we krijgen zo meteen MECO.
1.
Main engine cutoff.
Full out that we are chilling our
MECO.
There's confirmation of
MECO.
MECO.
Stage separation
Ja,
confirmed.
daar gaat hij. Wauw.
Stage 2 Alpha.
And back ignition.
En ondertussen zijn we onderweg met 6000 km per uur op 80 kilometer hoogte, bijna 90.
Stage SEP and the ignition of our MVAC engine on board stage 2. Our next major milestone is going to be the beginning of stage 1 boost back burn, which is expected in just a couple of seconds here.
En ondertussen klimmen we door 106 meter hoogte.
Of course, if you are just joining us, you've got views of our first stage on the left-hand side of your screen and of MVAC burning with our Crew 9 astronauts aboard up in space on the right-hand side of your screen.
Ja, links zien we de
Now we are coming up on 3 minutes and 20 seconds since
De lander.
liftoff today, traveling over 4,000 miles per hour and 76 miles downrange.
En rechts zien we de Falcon 9 verder op zijn reis in de ruimte, nu op 130 kilometer hoogte van de aarde en bijna 7000 kilometer per
As
uur
our
in
first stage
snelheid.
makes its way back to Earth, we are tracking a landing attempt today at landing zone 1, not too far from where we lifted off in Cape Canaveral, Florida.
In het linkerscherm gaan we zien hoe
Nominal trajectory.
de reusable raket
Confirmation there that both vehicles
weer terug gaat landen, niet zo ver van het Kennedy Space Center.
everything is looking good.
And we're getting good
Terwijl
performance on
het
that
bovenste
single
deel van de
Falcon
raket
vacuum on the second stage. The cruise G-load dips right
doorgaat
now. So they're
in
gonna prepare to hit
space.
the separation event. Right now they're about 1 G, which is about what we're used to experiencing on Earth.
Mocht je iemand kennen die denkt dat de aarde plat is, laat deze video zien. En je ziet aan de linkerkant en de rechterkant dat dat niet zo is.
Cruise traveling almost 5,000 miles per hour now and 105 miles in altitude.
Hij gaat 8000 kilometer per uur nu. 172 kilometer hoogte.
As we await the entry burn for our first stage, you are getting great views of it on the left-hand side of your screen.
Ja, en de first stage, die gaat nu landen.
Which are the primary mechanical structures.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Confirmation there from Mission Control that everything is still looking good.
Nominal, altijd goed.
Now, as I mentioned, those grid fins are the primary mechanical structures that we use to steer the booster back toward its landing zone, which today is LZ-1 at Cape Canaveral.
Oké, hij gaat gewoon terug naar Cape Canaveral.
Those grid fins are about 4 by 5 feet, so roughly the size of a coffee table.
Ondertussen 10.000 kilometer per uur.
Getting our first tracking shots of the booster on its way back to Earth.
Aan de linkerkant van het scherm zien we de first stage terugkomen op aarde.
Up in space on the right.
Met thruster
And we do continue to hear good calls for that second stage.
boosts
Again, we will see this continue to fire
om te sturen.
until close to 9 minutes into the flight. Now at 5 minutes and 45 seconds since liftoff today. This is accelerating Dragon to more than 17,000.
Nominal trajectory.
En als alle berekeningen zo goed zijn geweest, dan gaan we aan de linkerkant zo zien hoe geland wordt.
The second
Hoe
stage
de
is
first
bringing
stage
Dragon to more than
terugkomt.
17,000 miles per hour. That puts our crew in orbit. And the single Merlin
En dan
vacuum
hergebruikt kan worden.
over 220,000 pounds of thrust in the vacuum.
Laura
of
is er ook
space.
bij. Nee. Kijk, die gaat weer landen. Aan de linkerkant zien we dat. Daar komt hij aan. Het is toch wel knap, hè? Hij moet nog door het wolkendek komen. Ondertussen is de second stage
Stage 1 does perform 3 burns on its way back to Earth.
14.000
The first
km
is the
per
boost
uur
back
aan het
burn, followed
reizen
shortly thereafter by
op
the entry
200
burn.
kilometer hoogte.
The entry burn is used by Falcon 9 to slow the vehicle down before it reaches the denser parts of the Earth's atmosphere.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Nominal trajectories there from
Dat is
Mission
goed.
Control.
Ja, even wachten, Laura. Dat mag.
That entry burn is of course followed by the landing burn, during which time we'll light 3 of the MVAC, or 3
Er gaat
of
nu
the
een
Merlin
motor af
engines on board the
in
first
stage 1. Die zorgt dat de landing
And
zacht
we
wordt.
expect to see that landing burn just about a minute before we expect Dragon to be inserted into orbit. So we have 2 very exciting phases of flight, both for our first stage and
Skincare.
our Crew 9 astronauts.
Kijk, daar komt hij.
happening
Daar
here
komt hij.
at the
Kijk,
same
kijk,
time.
kijk. Aan de linkerkant van het scherm. Hoe krijgen ze het voor elkaar? Het is toch knap, hè? Ja. Dat is wel een applausje waard. Nou, dat was niet voor jou, maar oké.
So great touchdown of stage 1 there just a second ago. And now, of course, we are continuing to follow our Crew 9 astronauts on their way to space.
200 meter hoogte,
And we continue to
20.000
get
kilometer
good
per uur.
calls for this second stage, that Merlin vacuum engine continuing to fire and propel our crew, now moving over 12,600.
Moet je eens over nadenken. 20.000 kilometer per uur. Als je 100 rijdt op de snelweg.
Since liftoff today, so we are expecting to see this continue to fire until just about the 9-minute mark, at which point this engine will cut off. And of course, Dragon will coast for a few minutes, still attached to the second stage.
Ja, nu aan het sturen in de juiste baan om de aarde, zodat hij morgen kan dokken met het International Space Station.
Shannon.
Op 9 minuten gaat de motor uit.
Shannon.
That call is for Shannon, Ireland. That would be the abort zone if we were to abort at this point in the flight. However, we are continuing to hear good calls about Dragon's performance.
Skincare. Ook belangrijk. We zitten op de snelheid, hè? Ja, 27.014 km per uur. We moeten volgens mij op 28 zitten. Maar ik kan het mis hebben.
Good news there from Mission
197 kilometer hoogte.
from Mission Control and our crew that we have had nominal orbit insertion.
Launch escape system disarmed.
Ja.
Freedom copies. LES.
En daar gaat second stage.
In 9 quick minutes, we now have 2 new crew members on their way to the International Space Station, having taken off from Space Launch Complex 40. The crew now being in a good or expected orbit. We'll continue to coast for these few minutes, and then we get our first views inside the capsule of our 2 crew members, Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov. They are just continuing to stay in their suits and in their seats during this dynamic portion of the flight. We're going to continue to coast for a few minutes after this second stage engine cutoff. This allows the rates and motion from that long burn to settle out. There are some small reaction thrusters on the upper stage or the upper part of the second stage that can be used to counteract any residual motion. That basically makes sure we're in a stable coast before Dragon separates from Falcon, and that'll happen about 12 minutes into the flight. So about a minute and a half from now, we expect to see Dragon actually separating from the second stage. Again, we did hear the crew has been successfully inserted into a good orbit. And again, this is them now in microgravity. One of them, Alexander Gorbanov, for the very first time.
Ja, en Alexander voor de allereerste keer in de ruimte.
So
Nick,
as I mentioned, we are now just a few minutes away from the separation of Dragon from stage 2, during which time a number of activation checkouts occur.
Stage 2 zometeen.
Automatically, first we're going to be checking out 12 of the Draco maneuvering thrusters, all around the service section of the Dragon spacecraft. We're also, of course, going to get ready for that nose cone opening, which will allow Dragon to dock with the International Space Station about 28 hours from now.
Over 28 uur vanaf nu gaan we dokken aan het International Space Station en die nose cone moet daarvoor open gaan. Gaan we zo meteen zien.
It's also covering 4 of our Draco thrusters that will be used for the majority of different phasing burns required as Dragon chases down the space station. We are currently standing by for that separation, which could happen anytime in the next couple of minutes.
En we wachten op second stage
Currently, you
separation.
can see the crew is just relaxing in their seats. They are definitely vigilant, though. They are able to monitor those crew displays in front of them, keep up with what's going on in the mission. They could take control if they needed to. However, it's been a seamless ride to space today.
Good views there, looking up into Dragon's trunk, looking at the heat shield on the bottom of Dragon that Crew 9 will use when it
De
returns home
achterbak,
early next year.
de trunk. En kijk, daar gaat de second stage. Dit lijkt wel nep. Zo goed. Ja.
There,
And Freedom copies. Good separation.
there you heard from Mission Control both.
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Countdown 1. Nick, Alex, on behalf of the entire team, we thank you for flying with Falcon 9 today and wish you a great mission.
En zometeen kunt u tax-free artikelen bestellen.
Director on Countdown. On behalf of the entire SpaceX launch and recovery team, I'd like to extend our congratulations to the entire Crew 9 team. Zena, Stephanie, Nick, Alex, Butch, and Sunny. It's an honor to be a part of this mission with all of you.
Mooie
I'd also
woorden.
like to give a shout out to the Falcon 9 Crew 9 combo. The best bundle in the league, baby. Godspeed, Crew 9.
Goeie reis.
Can't say it any better. Thank you guys. You know, we had the opportunity to meet so many people that were involved with the Falcon 9, and along the way was a sweet ride. I'm pretty sure my youngest son would say it was Sigma. Alex has got a few words to add as well.
and all the entities that made this launch possible. Roscosmos, NASA, Deep SpaceX.
Dit is Russisch, denk ik.
And also I'd like to express my gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of people around the world who are involved in the development
Ik kan er geen chocola van maken. Dat hoeft ook niet. Maar geen idee wat hij zegt. Doe maar even translaten. Nee? Het was een persoonlijk bericht voor zijn zoon, begreep ik.
Incredible words from our commander and great views of Dragon up in orbit on your screen right now.
Ja. ...204 kilometer
14 minutes and 30 seconds since
hoogte. Met een snelheid van 26.983 kilometer per uur.
You got a quick look inside the capsule.
Dragon SpaceX, we had a nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. Nose cone deploy is in progress.
It's fucking amazing.
And Freedom copies all. Thank you.
Oh, dat mag ik niet zeggen, hè? Nee, dat is waar.
Confirmation there that our nose cone deploy is underway.
Nose cone
That
deploy
means
is
that
on
the
the
6
way.
hooks that hold the nose cone in place during launch and the ascent portions of flight have begun to retract. That will allow the nose cone to start to swing open and deploy. That will uncover a number of critical systems for the flight up to the space station, including the forward bulkhead thrusters and the docking hatch.
Oké, de neus gaat zo meteen open. Daar zit de docking hatch achter. Zodat ze morgen in 28 uur van nu kunnen dokken met het International Space Station.
But I'm sure it's nothing compared to the view out of Dragon's window as they make their way to the
Ik
space
zie jou
station.
in de lucht.
I can only imagine. And that journey to the space station will take about 28 hours, so they won't arrive until tomorrow afternoon. In the meantime, they will have the opportunity to get out of their suits, to get out of their seats as well, and kind of just enjoy the ride. They're going to shift into some off-duty time.
Okay.
That allows them to prepare any food that they would want to. That allows them to maybe even call down to the ground. They will also obviously get some sleep before a really big day tomorrow.
Alex en ik, de astronauten, kunnen zo meteen hun spacesuit uittrekken. Uit de stoelen gaan, een beetje relaxen.
2 more crew members float into the orbiting lab.
En dan straks ook weer een keer gaan slapen, zodat ze morgen wakker zijn voor de docking.
Lift off now at 16 minutes and 29 seconds ago. That was right on time at 1:17 p.m. Eastern Time from Space Launch Complex 40 down at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida.
Historische dag.
On board Dragon today. That's NASA astronaut Nick Hague, who's serving as the commander.
De eerste bemande vlucht van Space Launch Complex 40.
Once they arrive at the International Space Station tomorrow.
Wat al bestaat sinds de Apollo-tijd, maar alleen gebruikt is voor onbemande missies. En vandaag voor de allereerste keer werd een bemanning gelanceerd van dat complex.
It is time for that crew to come home. Of course, they launched about 7 months ago at this point, and they will undock after they have completed a handover period with the Crew 9 crew, bringing them up to speed on everything that they've been working on for the last 7 months in orbit. So once they depart, we'll be back down to our typical approximately 7 people living and working aboard the International Space Station.
Wauw, wat een beelden.
We are getting really spectacular views from up in space today.
En met deze
Shot there of
beelden.
our MVAC engine. We did get confirmation several minutes ago of SES-1.
And we know that nose cone opening is underway as well. Those are a series of hooks and latches that allow the nose cone to open.
Ja,
and
laten we daar nog even naar
that
kijken.
nose cone is closed during launch to protect the docking hatch, to protect 4 bulkhead thrusters that we will use for some of the larger burns that help us get to the International Space Station.
One of the other things we're doing right now is going ahead and opening the ECLIS system, which stands for the
Hey,
Environmental
niet doen.
Control and Life Support System,
Jongen,
which
doe
will
niet
be
zo flauw. Ik
activated
ben
inside
serieus een
Dragon.
broadcast aan het maken.
As Leah mentioned earlier, soon our crew will be able to get their visors open and get out of their spacesuits and settle in for that 28-hour ride to the International Space Station.
Ja, nog 28 uur en dan arriveren ze bij het International Space Station.
Good views there of the opening of Dragon's nose cone on the left-hand side of your screen.
Links zie je de nose cone opening.
Coming up on 19 minutes since liftoff today, the crew again had a good orbital insertion, and that actually puts 14 people currently in low Earth orbit. That includes the those living on the International Space Station right now, as well as those living on the...
Inclusief de bemanning van het International Space Station zijn er nu 14 mensen in space.
Rather orbiting around it.
En de rest is gewoon hier.
More good views from our Dragon nose cone on the left-hand side of your screen.
Links de nose cone.
As it very gradually swings open. Obviously, in space, everything we do has an equal
Die
and opposite
langzaam
reaction.
open gaat.
So slow and steady really wins the race here.
Wat een verschil tussen heel langzaam en 26.962 km per uur.
Again, now 20 minutes since liftoff today. Dragon is flying free from the second stage. And it looks like they're about to enter an orbital nighttime. So now that they're at orbital velocity, that's 17,500 miles per hour, they are going to see 16 sunrises and sunsets a day.
16 keer per dag gaat de zon op en onder als je in orbit rond de aarde zit.
17 p.m. Eastern Time from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. And a clean ride uphill.
Talk about a jet lag.
We've had some good communication from Mission Control up to our Crew 9 astronauts already today. One of the things you may hear every time we communicate with the crew is a slight beep beforehand. That's called a Quindar tone and actually dates all the way back to the early days of human spaceflight and is effectively a radio signal indicating that we're communicating between the crew in orbit and our Mission Control team on the ground.
Het piepje. Wat we kennen van de maanlanding onder andere. Hè? Piep. Hello, it's a small step for man.
Back inside the capsule.
Dragon SpaceX, we have a nominal nose cone opening. We do
Kijk, daar vliegen
have
papieren
just about
rond.
3 minutes here left in the ground station pass. If you've got any fluffy stowaways
Altijd
you'd
leuk om
like to
te doen.
introduce.
Als je voor de eerste keer in space komt, toch?
And Freedom copies, good Draco checkout, good nose cone opening. And I just so happen to have a furry friend with me.
Oh, hij heeft een vriend meegenomen. Een furry friend. Zullen we eens even kijken wie daar zo meteen komt zweven. Ja, wat is dat?
Yeah, SpaceX Freedom. So yeah, I've got a little Falcon here. I love the package of Falcon 9, Crew 9. Yeah, we've got a Falcon on board with us.
Een klein Falcon vogeltje.
Was on my first flight with Alexei and I, and with Alexei and I and Christina. And now,
Oh jee.
me
Ja.
and Alex. So
Kijk,
say hello to
heb je
Aurora.
meegenomen, Laura? Een vogeltje. Om te laten zweven in zero gravity. Daar gaat
And we
hij.
see your Dragon. Actually,
Bewijst dat ze in de ruimte zijn.
looking at the display cam.
Gewichtloos. Boven in beeld zien we de touchscreens. Geen knopjes meer. Alles is touchscreen in de Falcon 9.
And Freedom copies, good TCS, good Draco checkout.
spectacular views of our Crew 9 astronauts and zero-G indicator up in orbit. Human spaceflight has come so far in the last 5 years with Dragon. Since Demo 2 in May of 2020, SpaceX's Dragon fleet has launched
Ja,
a
dat
total
klopt
of
allemaal.
54
Nou, met deze beelden gaan wij afscheid nemen. Bedankt voor het kijken. Ik hoop dat je er wat aan gehad hebt. En zo niet, dan toch.
Space and the first 3 all-private passenger missions to the International Space Station.
Misschien tot morgen als we de docking live gaan verslaan. Oké? Bye bye, zwaai zwaai.
And that's just like what we saw with
Laura
the
wil
three
nog even dag
investigations
zeggen.
that NASA's Human Research Program flew
Oh, wat
on
dan?
Polaris Dawn. So far, SpaceX and Dragon have carried over 1,000
Okay.
research experiments to and from
Slay
low Earth
girl.
orbit, both to the International Space
Tot de
Station
volgende
and
keer.
on our free
En
flyer
bedankt voor
missions as
jullie
well.
aandacht.
From DNA sequencing to 3D printing, studies enabled by Dragon and the International Space Station test a variety of technologies, systems, and materials that will be needed for future long-duration exploration missions. Every mission yields critical research and learnings that help make life both on Earth and in space better. And flights like today's help us continue to lay this foundation for our future among the stars and continue our mission to make life multiplanetary.
But for now, we'll be signing off from SpaceX, and we're going to send you back over to NASA. But before we go, we do want to thank NASA for entrusting us with today's mission. And of course, thank you to all of the viewers for being here with us today.